just as the sun has popped up over the horizon, early morning, like 6:30 in the morning. Um, in January, towards the end of the month of 1899, in the city of Termarkt, which the city is a bit of an eclectic mix of spire and Gothic architecture, with bits and pieces of like cultural influences within the street. So you can see the different places from all of the previous parts of the recognizable world that people used to hail from, just peppered throughout. Um, and on a morning that is much like any other, we will start with a close-up of one character in particular who is towards the outside of the city, on the outside of the walls of Termarkt, where you can see, if you scroll down a little bit, marked by the number 1, in a wooden and uh, rough-looking encampment surrounded with defensible walls and high towers positioned like a almost like a military base. Within this camp, there are many different shapes and sizes of people wearing leather armor or cloaks and capes, things to cover vital areas like their neck or cover exposed skin. Um, some people who are exorbitantly tall, who hunch over and have long hair. Some people who are a lot shorter. This is probably the most eclectic group of people you could ever possibly meet or that you could ever see in one location. And in this camp, amongst all of these unique looking individuals, there is a cellar door that exists to the northwestern part of the base on the inside innermost walls. And as we have established, since it is the morning, a group of individuals armed with blades and flintlock type firearms make their way over to this large, heavy wooden door. And this is a thick, like lumber, heavy, almost like a piece of a boat built to withstand a lot of strain, just inlaid on the into the earth with like stone surrounding it, propped upon hinges, and these two larger wooden slabs blocking it from being opened. And as this group of individuals walk over, amongst them, there is a girl who stands about um, five, 5'5", 5'4", um, a little bit around, just around average height for a woman of this age. She's a bit lithe. She wears dark green leathers, and a short kind of coat with a split down the middle, so it uh, like like flays in just the right way. And she has a long rifle slung over her shoulder. Uh, she gestures to this wooden door, and this hulking other woman who is standing beside her, standing about like 6'2", 6'3", with absolutely shockingly white, pale skin and dark eyes with bright white hair that like is bright pale white in the same shade as her skin. She walks over. She's wearing a lot more like heavy leather garters on, like kind of armor, and she walks over, grabs one of the logs, and heaves it, and just whoop, and then sets it aside. Grabs the other one and slides it, moves it most of the way off, and then pushes the rest of it away off with her foot. And as she does so, she looks to the woman in green, who nods, and then grabs one of the handles. The woman in white, she will grab another handle and both heave and lift the lid off. And in the darkness, from underneath this area, there is a very special designed dungeon made for members of this camp, actually. In an unusual turn of events, some of the people who stay in this camp willingly submit themselves to this dungeon once a month-ish. And within this, we find a few compatriots. So first, Iris, I would like you to describe your character for us. Doing so with the knowing that you are bound by the hands and ankles, like tethered to the ground by chains in absolute darkness, only just having the light like catch your eyes and wake you up.
So how she's completely like chained to the ground, essentially, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So she is laying there and she kind of blinks really hard, not really used to the light, having kind of sensitive, her eyes a little sensitive to the light after being dark so long. Her hair is sprawled everywhere around her. It's very, very long and curly and just it's a big mess of hair. And she kind of tilts her head, uh, uh, trying to get a look at who's walking in. She's a smaller woman. She's about 5'3" ish. But she is beefy. She is very muscular and broadly built. But she oh, her hair is like a very fiery red, by the way, too, and she has
Mm-hmm.
a long tail similar to her hair in curliness and bushiness. And she has two little ears kind of poking up with black tipped. They're red with black tips. Um, and she, like I said, she kind of looks up to who's walking in and gives a tired smile and kind of yawns a little bit. Morning already, eh?
From the darkness with the light like shining in, kind of hurts your eyes a little bit, but you adjust pretty quickly. That light there is a silhouette on it, and it's someone that you have seen before. You recognize this person, at least vaguely. This is Ingrid, who is a younger huntress in the Hunters Guild, or who is a part of the Hunters group. And walking beside her is someone who you don't know, but they stick out. Ooh, shit! I don't have their picture. Oh no. Whoops. But Ingrid, if I can show her to you. Yeah. Ingrid. So yes, she is about 5'4". She has like a silvery white kind of curly, wavy hair that she keeps relatively short, at least short in terms for a huntress. And she is in like close-fitted, slim leathers and has her rifle flung over her shoulder. And she takes a few steps into the darkness, and you hear the ratch and clack of metal and keys being rattled as she unlocks the cell door to both your cell and as she's locking someone else's across from you. She simply replies like, "Good morning. I hope you had a restful night as much as you could."
About as comfortable as it could get.
You hear the ratchet and as the door opens up, and the woman who is standing adjacent to her walks in, and she has a second set of keys and undoes the manacles at your feet. And the manacles, they were uncomfortably tight. It was bound. You were bound for efficiency and with purpose. And it wasn't meant to be cruel, but it was a little. It was a little snug. They could have been a little nicer about it. But all things considered, but all that aside, you are like met with a wave of relief as your ankles are freed and you are just the just the pleasant the pleasant feeling of being able to move again freely. And after another second, your arms are freed, and then the chains are unlooped from around your shoulders, arms, and neck. And you're up. Your belongings are dashed to the side in a chest.
She stands up, stretching, rolling her shoulders and like her wrists, and just trying to loosen up. And she'll head over to the chest to get the like bits of armor and her hammer and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So you get up and you're starting to collect your things. And as you are collecting your things, you hear from the other cell the same sort of rustling and preparing and like collecting. And you see just from the light of the open hatched door, Malik, who is with his kind of grayish blue skin, he kind of blends into the darkness. But you would recognize him. He was put in the cell opposite you. And he is collecting what looks to be like some gear of his own with ropes and a couple of throwing weapons of some kind, and his pack, just stuffing everything back in. You can see that, like, with the light coming in now, looking at the manacles and things that were wrapped around your hands and feet, both yours and Malik, the sets that were bound to you, they're not broken, but they are bent to hell, and they will need to be reforged. Not unusual. They usually make a lot of sets of manacles for this purpose. Malik, throwing his pack over his shoulder. I say pack. It's more like a knapsack, but he throws it over his shoulder and walks over and looks at you, greets you with like the kind of terse nod, and just goes, "Good morning."
Morning. Want to go get a drink?
He bends his neck, and you hear the crack, crack of his like the vertebrae as he stretches himself and kind of rolls his head a little bit and just goes, I would love a drink right about now.
Perfect. And she scoops up the rest of her stuff, kind of tossing it into the backpack like haphazardly, not really bothering to like organize it. Could be done later. And she steps out into the sunlight and like narrows her eyes like, oh, okay, that's brighter than I was expecting.
Malik standing behind you shields his eyes and adjusts the. He has a like very very broad and like covering fur shawl that goes over both of his shoulders and kind of falls down like a little bit of his back. Um, he walks with a hunch, and even hunched over, he's quite tall. He stands at about 6'3" or 6'4", with just uh, like the broadest shoulders you could ever see on someone. He is a massive human, and just like shields his eyes from the sun. And in the light of the sun, you see just like the image of him with his like a tunic and his trousers and boots that he had. Most people, when they go into this confinement, they strip most of their clothing off and set it aside so it is not destroyed. Um, Malik had done much the same, and as he had like dressed and put all of his stuff back on, uh, you notice the one detail that can't be covered up post transformation. Uh, the corners of his mouth, like right where the lips meet, there is a thin, like not exactly a scar, but it looks like a thin scar, like a line that goes up and towards the ear. Um, almost like a like if you were to do the Joker smile thing where it extends your mouth a little bit, the edges of his lip, there is that thin line that is like the only hint of post transformation strain on his body. After he, you know that after he comes out of a transformation, that line typically takes a while to fade and has only just started. But much like you, he is also a pretty fast healer. And he rubs the back of his neck with his free hand and just goes, ah, I heard there's some show or something going on today in the square. Might be worth checking out. I've heard good things about it.
Show, huh?
Ingrid walking up behind you will pat you on like, how tall are you, by the way?
5'3".
Gotcha. And Ingrid walks up. He's about your height, and she pats you on the shoulder and then pats Malik on like the low part of his back, and will say, "Yeah, I've heard there was some kind of show going on in part of the Upper North District. I think it's at some historical society. They wanted to do some grand unveiling, and they had, believe it or not, some kind of stage magician show up to do some stuff there."
Well, that sounds new. Might have to check that out.
And Malik just shrugs and just goes, "Huh, I've never seen magic. At least, not this kind, I assume."
Kind of gives a big like a small like shrug in agreement.
Cool. Is there anything you need to do before we head over there?
I mean, as long as they got booze there, like I think we're fine. I did want to ask you a few questions, like if you got time, but you know we can wait.
He just shrugs and he's like, I don't have anything to do except recover today.
Well, perfect.
Ingrid will take a step up and say, like, if you're not busy, then, Malik, there is some extra work that we could use your hands with. And pats him on the shoulder, like, reaching up a little bit. If you're willing. And Malik just raises an eyebrow and then looks down at her and says, is that an if, as in it's an order, or if, as in if? And Ingrid just raises an eyebrow and will shrug and say, do I have to make it an order? And he looks back at... There's a sort of pleading look as he looks back to you, and he just like is asking silently, like, can you help get me out of this?
Ingrid, are you really going to steal my date? She gives a somewhat like jokingly offended uh look.
And she just shrugs, kind of throws her hands up in this defensive, just like, no, by all means, but I really don't want to go by the church today, and somebody needs to escort Vin. Otherwise, we'll end up getting complaints from some of the vicar's aides again.
How far is the church?
If you look on the map here, it is from where you are, it's 5. Or sorry, it's 3. So you would be walking from 1 to 3.
And where is this show going on?
The show is going to be somewhere in this district, in like north of 2.
Okay, north of 2.
Yeah, so
And
it'll be like this square that is between 5 and 6 and above 2.
Okay. Well, we could hit it up before we head to the show then, yeah? I wanted to say hi to a friend anyways. And I'm pretty sure they're at the church.
Malik just nods and looks to Ingrid and raises an eyebrow, and Ingrid will approvingly nod back and say, great, so I get to dump Vin on you. And Vin, you would know she's talking about Vincent. Part of the, like, what she is referring to in this is Vincent needs to be escorted to the church to be fed. Vincent is part vampire. And they do not allow blood to be collected and just taken and fed. Part of this process goes through the church because the church coordinates with a lot of healers and doctors. So because blood is kind of a controlled substance, the hunters and those who need blood to feed, the weirdlings and beastlings who need it, are kind of forced to cooperate with the church so that they can get their nutrient, so to speak. And the church prefers weirdlings to be escorted. Whether it's by other weirdlings is irrelevant to them.
I was gonna say, are they gonna be all too thrilled that other weirdlings are being there? I guess
not the most thrilled, but there was technically not any stipulation on it. It was just the person who is coming there for the blood feeding has to have an escort, someone that they can be held accountable for, or someone that can be held accountable for them.
And Vincent has Maddie like ever done this before? I guess for Vincent.
No, Most of the time it's been Ingrid, but Ingrid's like usually does it without any sort of complaint, but today she is kind of dumping it onto you for whatever reason.
Okay. So there's no pre-existing problems or rumors or anything like that.
Correct. There's
Okay.
no issues or pre-existing
No, it's just going there is the
shenaniganery.
problem.
Correct. Also that,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it'll be no problem.
Pats you on the back, looks at Malik, gives him a 2-finger salute, and just goes, "Great, I've got somewhere to be, so I will catch you all whenever." And she starts walking backwards, pivots on her heel, and starts walking away. Malik just raises an eyebrow and looks to you. She seemed excited to dump this on you.
Dump this on us, she says. Kind of in a friendly manner.
There's a moment where Malik just kind of is like, he frowns to himself and just goes, "Oh, you're right," and puts his hand in his pockets and just goes, "Well, I guess we gotta go find Vin now, wherever he is."
Well, he's pretty easy to spot.
And as you say that, go ahead and you're going to make the first roll of the game.
Yay!
Roll me a perception roll.
Okay. How do I need to add anything?
Yeah, what's the difficulty
Yes.
on it, Joe?
So when you go and click on the dice next to perception, you want to make sure it's at difficulty 2 and put setback 1.
Okay, so okay, that's how it works. Difficulty 2, setback 1. This is cool. Roll.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Strong start.
You got 2 advantages, which, as you know what Vincent looks
Wait.
like. Uh-huh.
Could I add good hearing or good smell to this, maybe?
Sure. I will let you do smell, because you can't, like, I'll actually, like, you can pick if you want to do hearing or smell, but I think smell would be better.
Okay, so I can add a blue die.
Yes.
So how do I just roll straight blue die then?
So click on perception again, and then just set everything to 0 by right-clicking it, and then just put boost to 1.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I tried.
So you're wondering where Vincent is. You know what he looks like. He does stick out. Even with all of the gear he wears, he sticks out like a sore thumb. And you're just kind of scanning around the hunt, like the camp. And today in particular, it's not raining, but it is an overcast, kind of cloudy day. So the sun coming through the gray sky just throws this kind of hazy tone over the whole of the city. And looking at the camp, it just looks dreary and brown and gray and drab. And Vincent is pale as a ghost, and you don't see any hint of it. And as you're thinking for a second, you're like, well, I do know, you do know his scent. So you kind of stick your nose in the air and take one good whiff, and you don't smell anything right away, and then you are just hit like a truck by the smell. Like, all of a sudden, you get a really, really strong whiff of it. And you get that whiff right as from behind you, Vincent appears almost out of thin air, and he throws a hand over, or throws an arm over your shoulder and Malik's shoulder. He's a little lopsided because he's not as tall as Malik, but he, like, kind of throws himself in between you both and into, like, this one-armed hug on each of you. And his, like, hazy glasses and, like, hat kind of tilt awkwardly. And from beside you, he just goes, "Hello, Monko. It's been a while. How are you?"
doing pretty good. And what about you?
I hear you're babysitting me for today.
Yeah, a little bit. You don't mind, do you?
No, but I'm getting mighty thirsty, and I want to get this show on the road.
Well, onward then. You really do gotta stop doing the whole sneaking up on people, though. You could really
Help
scare people.
He just shrugs. It's in my nature to be sneaky. You'll have to forgive me for that. And he lets go and plops onto the ground. His top hat stands above your head. It's a very tall hat. But he gives you one good playful punch in the arm and he just goes, "Well, there's no time like the present." And he starts walking his happy ass towards the exit to the camp.
Maddie will look to Malik, give a smile, and follow after. In kind of like a mock soldier walking kind of step.
Malik just rolls his eyes and will follow both of you. Just there's a hint of just joy in his "I'm just putting up with you" kind of attitude, but he would never admit to it. But yeah, all three of you now walking together, three weirdlings venturing into the city.
That can't be good.
Three incredibly starkly inhuman-looking weirdlings. Vincent, I'm not sure if you guys can see it, but I did make a little handout here, so hopefully this works. But I'm going to make a NPC gallery for all of the NPCs that will start to run into back to back to back.
Hey, cool.
Yeah, but Vincent is also pale with he's got a tint of greenish pale to him, with his shock of white silver hair.
Yeah, these three.
The least human looking weirdlings you could probably get.
Chaos in the city. I can already see it.
Yes, and speaking of chaos in the city, we are going to quickly cut to a different portion of the city, in the working district, which is between 8 and 9. There's the harbor area and the Coliseum, which is a lot of entertainment. But below the Coliseum, in this area, you will see, you won't see, but that is where you will find a lot of places of work or a lot of guilds and crafting areas. This is where your artisans tend to collaborate to sell goods. Not all artisans, but this is generally where some of the more popular, I don't know, for lack of a better term, popular ones will be. Other craftable goods in other places are typically stalls that are just temporary or set up for weekend things or other big events. But clockworkers are going to be found in this portion, as they are kind of the halfway point between the church and the Hunters Guild. But we will spin around the camera until we narrow in on one little shop in particular, just crammed into a block of buildings, smushed between two, not quite in the middle of the city block, but in this building there are two stories. There's the first story, which is where most of the work is done. That's where you have um, your equipment. That's where a lot of experiments go on, and it's it looks like this theme workshop laboratory of mixture, like a very broad uh, amount of science equipment, a wide array of science equipment where you have beakers and test tubes, little flasks, and other weird, I don't know another word for it, but like baubles and trinkets of the scientific type. And in this particular shop, uh, Ingrid is approaching from the street corner, but inside, uh, I we will find another compatriot, Z. If you wouldn't mind describing your character, having only recently successfully accomplished or accomplishing one of the many projects you were tasked with from several different clients.
So if she is in the middle of work, Willow stands about 5'11", is pretty lean and thin, very much like her namesake. Is surprisingly tanned for a clockworker. However, she has long brown hair that is done in a single braid down the back, and it is frizzed out and charred at different spots, and you can tell that was braided like 3 or 4 days ago. And kind of perched precariously on her nose and ears is a set of very much the stereotypical steampunk glasses, goggles of different colored lenses, in like a stack of lenses on one eye in particular. Stretched across her face is a very large scar that kind of goes from one eyebrow across the nose onto the opposite cheek. And you can see a long, kind of well put together, pretty high quality, heavy blue coat that you might see the upper echelon of the city wearing. Is kind of tossed haphazardly on a nearby chair, leaving her in just kind of just standard brown pants, high boots, and kind of a puffy white shirt that should, if it is being kept clean properly, be what, again, some of the upper echelon fancier people wear, but it is currently rolled up at the elbows to make room for heavy leather gloves, and just bent over, kind of talking to herself over one of the work tables, probably mixing together a couple of chemicals that should not be mixed together. But she's gonna try anyway.
So very meticulous, careful work as you are trying to precisely measure some of these things. Go ahead and roll me. It can be alchemy or it can be arcane.
Alchemy or arcane?
Alchemy or arcane, and then go ahead and add 2 setback, 2 purple, 2 black.
Come on. Roll.
There we go. Okay. So you're being very, very still. So still, in fact, that as you were like leaned in real close, you have your glasses and goggles dialed in. You have one beaker pinched between 2 tweezers, holding it very carefully because it is very volatile. And then another beaker held in what is like a little wireframe thing holding the actual element upright, and you are so focused on this, so keenly focused on it that you don't hear the door open from behind you. This door not being the front door, but this door being the door to the upstairs area, and from downstairs or from the upstairs coming down, there is a tromping of very heavy, like work boots, and at like the bottom, towards the bottom of the stairs, there's this like, and then all of a sudden there's like a and just this moment of silence, and you are in that moment like, okay, I can do this, and you tip it, about to drop one teensy little drop, and then there's a crash as like what is a cardboard box filled with just different glassware and metal like holding devices and other manipulators just explodes onto the ground, and it just causes this huge just all sorts of chaoses, and it causes you to accidentally uh like tip the vial a little bit too far, which all of it, instead of just one little drop, you get a whole splunk, and then it makes the like liquidy poop, where you hear the sudden fizzing and foaming of the two chemicals mixing, and you have just enough time to realize like, oh no, and then you like there is a just like green white explosion of just like a flashbang just went off, and you're just blinded and disoriented, and your ears are ringing, and you feel like you have this dust that just got just sandblasted all over your face. You're not hurt in any way except your pride and probably your patience. But from the side, like off to the side, that explosion wearing off, you see your sort of lab partner, coworker, tinkerer friend, Eustace, who has, in his hurry, rushed downstairs carrying 4 or 5 boxes worth of materials. He tripped on his way down, and the entire tower just fell. And just all of this, that's probably like 100 to 200 credits worth of lab material that was just destroyed and thrown all over the ground. There's some probably pieces in there that you could salvage, but like the glassware, gone, just obliterated. And you see Eustace is just like not face down, but sitting there like on his ass with his feet out, having fallen onto his back and rolled over a little bit, now sitting upright, and he just goes, I slipped.
God damn it, Eustace.
Look, it's not my fault. I'm late, okay? I'm late. I was supposed to be at the university like 40 minutes ago, and I forgot that I was supposed to do it, and it's not my fault. I was up late working on something, okay? I
Well,
didn't
you're
mean
going
to,
to
I
be
don't know
even
what you did.
later now, because you have to clean all this up.
Can I clean it up after I get back?
I do have clients today.
That doesn't sound like a no, and he gets up and starts to like hustle towards the door, like grabbing a couple of papers off of the ground.
She will
Eustace,
just grab the closest chair and slide it at him to knock him over again.
you don't have to roll. You don't even have to roll for this one because Eustace is already like his boots aren't tied, so he's only slipped his boots on. The long work laces just kind of dangling, and the chair gets close enough. Part of it catches a lace. He tries to dodge out of the way. Just falls again. Papers just in this like cartoonish dust cloud go up from where he has fallen. He gets up and he's like struggling now, kind of rolling around, sits up and points one of his like just hard, smudgy fingers at you. He didn't shower or clean last night. he probably had some accident of some kind which left his face and hands quite dirty. And if it knocked him out, you wouldn't be surprised. He's very much like the Nutty Professor vibe of barely able to keep up between his work life and his social life. He points one grubby, half blackened finger at you and just goes, "I would never do that to you. I'll have you know that I am a respectable man of science." Getting up, like collecting
That
papers.
is a outright lie, and you know it.
I do not appreciate this. He's like waving a hand. He talks very animatedly, like gesturing to
She'll
himself, to the lab, to other stuff.
catch one of his blackened fingers between like two of her own and just like bring it around to be in front of his face. You, my man, are completely and totally not presentable.
They
I don't-
don't need me to look presentable at school. I'm a professor. I'm not a model. I don't need to be a model.
If you make your students choke and gag, then you're not doing anything. Go take a shower, cool it off, clean this shit up. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to pay for everything that you just broke.
I would like to pay for it if I could get the school to fund another lesson, which I want to do. And he's complaining about not being able to go to school as he is like collecting things and starting to clean up. So there's this half-hearted like grumbling as he begins to just start sweeping and moving some of the broken glassware and into a pile. I'm just trying to make my name here in this city, and I would make my name if it wouldn't get pulled into 30 different directions from all the people that you keep picking up as clients from the Hunters Guild, because all these fucking people keep walking in here like they just own the place. You got the church, you got the Hunters, you got all the Hunters. They can't even be on one bill. They come in here private party like they just own the place. He just throwing his hands up, puts a stack of papers onto it. You're not even sure what he was going to the school to present, but you're reasonably certain he wasn't sure either.
She just lets him grumble and kind of like starts fussing with like the little poof of the like cravat or whatever that is, little white poofy thing that she has on the front of her shirt, trying to get the dust and nastiness out of it. You are the one that decided to join with me. Delaney name has some weight, of course.
Yeah, I know it does, and I appreciate you willing to work with me. And what I would like to do is to prove to other people that I am not to be, I am to be respected and admired for the work that I've done and for the work that I will do once I, get onto my 2 feet, get onto my 2 feet.
Well, you'd be much faster at getting onto your 2 feet if you decided not to run in 15 different directions.
God, it's not my fault. And he's like, again, just
Learn to say no,
fussing.
my man.
He's just mumbling, just like, learn to say no. I say no to you. I could have said no now. No, I'm helping. Here I am, not saying no, even though I could have said no because I'm a nice guy. Just grumbling to himself. And partway through the grumbling, you hear the front door this time, open. And in the doorway, you see Ingrid, who is right on time to pick up something she was told to acquire.
Just head pop out from around a wall, because I imagine the slightly more combustible experiments and inventions do have to be kept away from the front door proper.
Yeah, there's like the storefront, which is more presentable and less volatile.
And just head pop around, see Ingrid. Just a moment, yeah.
Yeah, just a moment. For just a moment. He just throws his hands up, like pantomiming to
Finish
himself.
cleaning.
And he is a short, round man, like sweeping up with the broom. He still hasn't like taken off his goggles or his work coat. He's like somewhere between soot and black powder stained, and just smudges all over himself. But he is well-meaning, and he is helping clean up now, despite all of his grumblings.
And Willow will go to one of the like locked cabinets on the side of the room and go fishing for the item for Ingrid and pull it out. And as she is walking up towards the front, taking off the goggles, which she has worn long enough and tight enough that there is that like nice little goggle mark around her eyes.
Ingrid just pleasantly waves to you, and like she looks, for being a hunter, she makes herself look incredibly well presentable all the time. Like her hair is well done. She like has very, very well maintained leathers, and she is not in any sort of bragging way like trying to present herself as something she's not. She just has a very like strong compunction about herself to be clean and cleanly, but she's like there is this devilish hint in her eyes. She sees just the the kind of craftsmanship, nerdy little bit of mess from Hugh and Eustace that she just admires, and she recognizes and does like a little like wave with her fingers where like each finger bends individually. Hello again. Hope I'm not interrupting.
Hardly. Finished this 2 days ago. But don't suppose you would let me try to convince you for one of the other designs first?
She shrugs and just throws her hands up like, believe me, I think that if you were just allowed to go free reign on some of these ideas, you could probably save us a lot of pain and trouble, and the church, but I'm just the messenger here.
And Willow just sighs and kind of like opens the box that the gun is in and puts it on the counter, spins it around for Ingrid to look at. One holy water steam gun for your discretion, I suppose.
He like takes it, and it's it's like kind of somewhere between like a super soaker and like a like a one of those spray paint spray guns, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just looking at it. She holds it up, kind of aiming down the sights of it, and just weighing it in her hands. She's like, "Well, it actually looks a lot better than I imagined. Not to say your craftsmanship is anything less to be impressed with, but I just thought the design was so weird. They were really, really committed to this Steam thing. I think they got caught up in the fact that this next outing they're planning is to go into the mountains to the east, so they wanted holy water to work when it's frozen, which couldn't they just make like I don't know. I feel like there's probably an easier way. What if you just did like a holy water icicle?
Well, that would certainly be one way to do it, I suppose. I'm still rather fond of the mace. Calling it the
I
holy water sprinkler. That's what I decided I was going to name it. Crack it open, a couple of shards. Even if it was frozen, the shards would come out. Ugh. Either way. Just the cartridges are a little bit finicky. Couldn't quite get them to fit in appropriately and stay there in such short notice, but as long as you are good with your aim, shouldn't be too hard to be able to take care of enough whatever it is you're hunting. And still manage to give yourself enough breathing room to get the cartridges reinserted.
She nods and like does she tries to spin it on her finger for a second, and like halfway through the first spin she kind of aborts doing that because it's like the weight is not distributed in the way that you can just
Yeah, Willow just kind of like takes like
twirl this gun.
a half step back as she tries to do that.
And Ingrid just maybe not, and then she'll take it and then like cinch it to a leather loop that is hooked onto her belt. And with it hooked onto her belt, she kind of leans to the side on it and judges for the weight. She goes, "Cool. Oh, this works great." And thanks again for, well, working with me and working with some of the weirdness the church goes through. Well, the hunters and the church.
Willow just kind of like smirks. Oh, trust me, I've heard enough of the weirdness from my brother, so you are not the first nor the last of the weird shit that comes in from them. If I might be permitted to be a little nosy, though, what exactly is it that they're sending you after? Or at least they think they're sending you after.
Oh, there was a pod of ghouls somewhere in the northeast, I think. And they were worried because it was supposedly growing. I don't know which group came back that told them it was a growing pod, but they're concerned about it, so they want us to go deal with it. And they felt like this would help, which I guess it would help, but it just seems a little over-engineered.
It is rather obtuse.
But yeah, that's not for me to make, or that's not my judgment call to make. So I just get to shoot the thing, and she shrugs. I have fun doing my little shoot the thing bit, so
Willow just nods slightly. I suppose if they think it's enough of an issue to send more capable hunters after, and it's worth the time. Though I would beg if you might have the time. Gather a few ghoul teeth. I think there might be a chemical property that might be useful in them.
well, I know there was one hunter's troop coming back today. They they were actually gone looking to deal with some of the other ghoul pods in a different part of the city, or different part of the woodland area, but if you want to come with me, you could probably pester them and get some ghoul teeth right away.
You think they might actually have a few that they pocketed?
And she shrugs and kind of nods her head back and forth and just kind of a half committed, like, yeah, probably. Can't say for certain, but I know that if I were hunting ghoul and, well, nobody was watching, I feel like we could probably sneak some ghoul's teeth back in. It's a pretty common thing to scavenge off of them, so
Willow just kind of like looks around the shop for a second, looks over her shoulder towards the sound of like sweeping broken glass, and towards the direction of the like failed experiment now. I suppose I could step away for a little bit. Eustace, you have the shop.
yeah, I got it.
Do not waste any more of my chemicals, though. You already made me waste far more than I wanted to.
I'm not I'm not a chemical guy. I work with my hands. I prefer the gears. It just make more sense to me, you know. And the black powder makes more sense to me too. Ingrid, like raising an eyebrow, at the conversation.
There's just like this like slight hand gesture from Willow of like, we're not talking about that. And Willow moves to collect her coat and start to put it on and pauses like halfway putting it on. Actually, I'll have the shop shut down for about 30 minutes. Do take a bath. You are more black powder than you are human at this point.
He like partially steps out of the like into the threshold to the front part of the store, and he is like about to give you a mouthful, like points a finger at you, like his like cheeks puff with this some sort of insult or something he was about to fire back, and then he sees Ingrid, and then there is like a notable like, oh, and he just immediately kind of deflates and backpedals and just goes, yeah, you make a good point. Hello, Miss Ingrid. It's a pleasure. She just waves at him. Yeah. You know what? Don't worry about the shop. I'll take care of the shop. I'll see if I can get like one of the, I don't know, one of some run of maybe one of these fucking street kids will, if I give him like pence or something, he'll just fucking run up and tell the school that I'm not being there. But not that that matters. I've dipped before. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'll watch the shop, and I'll clean myself up a little bit. I think that's fair.
Willow just kind of like sees him pop around, very very clearly just like pauses and waits for him to say something. And then as he deflates, there's a single nod, and she finishes putting on her coat and grabs another odd-looking gun thing that she puts on her belt and like tucks underneath the coat, so it's not like can't really be seen before she like cinches everything down. And there is enough weight that is, again, very good high quality, but also very clearly something more. And just kind of steps around the counter and motions towards the door, like freehand smoothing back the frizz of her hair. Well, after you, then.
Ingrid will bow, and she opens the door and makes her way out. And you both begin making your way up to a more northern part of the city. And now we zoom out again from the little foray into the clockworkers and the shenanigans therein, and pick up at a place outside the city, actually. We are going to be in a group of hunters that are returning from a successful hunt. And in this group, there's another eclectic mix of individuals. Some in this group are wielding swords, some are wielding axes, most have some kind of firearm on them, but two in particular, or two or three in particular, stand out amongst all of them. There is the Hunt Master, who is a kind of average, slightly above average to slightly above average height woman in her late 20s, with bad facial scarring and piercing blue eyes. The next would be a more kind of traditionally like royal looking person, with kind of shaggy blonde hair that is about medium length, but fits well and kind of frames his face. And he wears probably the most noble-esque looking attire of the group, though it is still hunter's leathers of some kind. And then lastly, we have a hunter who, if you would like to describe your character, Piper, and what they look like as they are returning, and they're basically going to be coming in from the area where Styx is, up the road some. Not in the city yet, but well near enough to the civil society that you are not likely to encounter monsters.
So Electra is about 5'7" or 5'8". She wears long black jeans, a black shirt with a red overcoat. Her skin is very pale, and she has long brown hair that goes all the way down to her back. Strapped to her waist is a winding white whip. She has a couple belts on, one around her waist that has like a whole bunch of knives, and along her back is like a bunch of what appears to be like bottles of some sort. She wears brown combat boots, and she has light blue eyes.
Yes, and as you are walking up the path with your compatriots in the group, you have had the fortune of going out on a hunting expedition with the Huntmaster, who goes by the nickname Noose. He is very young, for the youngest Huntmaster to ever be given the title. And she wanted to go on this mission personally, as typically the Huntmaster is more of an administrative role, where it's a lot of dictating where and when hunts take place. But she elected to go on this one in spite of what common practice would dictate. Whether it's incredibly important to her or something is not necessarily known, but she made a point to quote unquote like get out of the office, so to speak. And she's been Huntmaster for several months now. But you all had gone out on this expedition to deal with a small pod of ghouls that was in a different location, one that was further west, not in the mountains, but you successfully dealt with them and have pulled back you like dealt with them and then had enough time between then and now to rest up and kind of recuperate any lost strength you had. And like managed to harvest some good, like relatively good materials from the ghouls. Ghoul hide is incredibly resilient. Ghoul teeth, of course, is another big one. And there's also just other bits and bobs like herbs and other things you had found on the trail. And Noose, walking at the head of the pack, is carrying what is basically like two ghouls wrapped in tightly bound holy cloth, basically like a mummy wrapping, but it's been blessed and sanctified to keep things from reanimating. And she carries two ghouls, like the bodies, on her back. And as you are kind of hiking back after a lull in conversation and kind of a dip in energy, your good friend, quote unquote, Sinclair, walks up beside you and is casually examining the dirt underneath his nails and very nonchalantly says, 17.
Only 17.
Well, if only 17 is your way of trying to one-up me, how many did you get?
25.
He just, like, deflects and doesn't have anything to really say to that, and just goes, if you wanted me to believe that, then where are all your belongings? Or where's all your trophies? Do you have the ghoul teeth for 25 ghouls?
Do I?
You have the ghoul teeth from a few, but more often than not, like when fighting, you're not going to be able to harvest every last bit from every ghoul. Like if you killed 10 ghouls, you would not necessarily get a perfect set of teeth from all 10 ghouls. It's kind of like obviously you're going to miss some. So he's just being obtuse to be obtuse.
Gotcha. Well, where are all of yours? Do you have 17 perfectly good gold teeth on you? Teeth sets?
He just like shrugs and like scoffs, kind of putting his hands behind his back. He carries himself in these like blue, semi-royal looking like attire with a shoulder cape. He carries himself very proudly, obviously, but he is he's definitely like he's not a bad hunter. He just is a lot more full of himself than than he is like good. He talks a lot more than he can walk the walk, I guess. But he's not bad. And he just scoffs it off as if to say like, I don't need 17 sets of ghoul teeth to prove that I killed 17. Because he doesn't really have a rebuttal, because of course he doesn't have that much material.
Well, there's your answer.
And as you are walking, you notice that it's on this particular outing, you did not lose anyone from the crew. Some hunter outings are unsuccessful in that occasionally a hunter will go out and not come back. This one, however, was incredibly successful. Not only did every hunter come back, and you harvested some goods from the ghoul pod that you dealt with, you were also, for the most part, everyone coming out of it was unscathed. But it's very rare that everyone comes out unscathed. And you notice that Sinclair is favoring one leg over the other as he walks. You're not sure if and when he got hit, but his clothing and like attire is relatively well kept, so it's kind of hard to tell if he got hit at any point. He's not bleeding at the very least.
And are ghoul bites bad?
Ghoul bites are bad. Ghoul bites, depending on the ghoul, and this is not a hard and fast, like uniformly true statement, but if you are bitten by a ghoul, you will typically get some form of sickness. The worst of it could be ghoul fever, which will turn you into a ghoul.
That's kind of what I was afraid of. So I'm gonna as I look this, I'm gonna grab him by his shoulder and sort of pull him away from the other hunters.
What are you doing?
I'm going to get lower, and I'm going to take one of my throwing knives, and I'm going to cut into his pant leg.
Okay. So you swipe at his pant leg. This all happens fast, too fast for him to actually try and stop. So you pull him to the side a little bit and then swipe at his pant leg, and he is now frustrated because you cut his nice pants. But you cut away the pant leg, you can see that part underneath the pant leg, there is a bad bruise. There's no bite mark of any kind, but like his left leg, he is favoring his right leg. His left leg, there is like bruising all up and down around the knee, and just like his knee got hit really really hard somewhere in there, and it is like bruised to the point where it's not turning black, but if neglected, you could see this getting this whatever has happened to him is really bad. If you want to try and assess, you can roll a medicine check.
Sure, I'll roll medicine.
And that would be a medicine check with 3 purple and no black. Aye, first success. Okay, so just looking at the leg, you immediately determine no bite marks. There's no infection or swelling of any kind from infection, but there's a lot of swelling, and this bruise is really bad. He may have split part of his knee. He may have damaged the joint. It might be broken or fractured in some way, but he's still walking on it, at least kind of. So it can't be life-threatening, but it's definitely not great. And I will give you got 3 successes. I'll give you for 3 successes. It looks like someone may have touched up this wound already. And there is a medic in your squad. You are also traveling with the only non-hunter and non-human of the group, who is the doctor, Lisa Silvers.
You could have asked to lean on me,
Why would I want to lean on you? He like, kind of pulls himself away briskly, and as he pulls himself away, he ends up having to put a little weight on his left leg, and it just about buckles. He like stumbles a little bit and then straightens himself up, kind of straightens his shirt, pulls at the edge of the hem of his shirt, kind of undoes any wrinkles, and then just looks at his pant leg and just goes, "Now we'll need to get these mended. Thank you very much." And
You
I'm
have
fine.
like 20 pairs back at home. And no, you're not fine if you... Well, and she pokes his leg.
It's immediately he's like takes a step back and doesn't fall over because he's kind of prepared for it this time, but he just kind of yelps a little bit, and as like you poke his leg, and like from the back of the group you hear a bit of like, "Oh, sorry, excuse me, could you not, don't, I would not poke it if I were you. That would
I
only
was-
increase the swelling."
Well, I was just proving a point. And she stands back up and, against his will, puts one of his arms around her shoulder. Okay, come on. You know this isn't going to set properly if you just keep walking on it.
He he doesn't fight you very much. Like he initially is like, I don't want to do this, but when you take the weight off of his leg and start to help him move a little bit, he kind of relents because it's so much less painful than walking and putting any amount of weight on his leg. From behind you see Lisa like kind of drumming her fingers together. She has an uncharacteristically long set of fingernails, and she walks up and is like drumming them together and says, "Ooh, has it gotten any better since the last time I looked at it? Mr. Sinclair, I don't mean to pry, but..." And he just looks at her with, just stares daggers at this woman. And she just goes, "Okay, not any better. So it is." And she takes a few steps back and is happily walking behind. Her fingers now steepled, but like kind of inverted, like she's just walking with her hands together.
You know, you could say no and thank you for treating me, Doctor. No need to look at her like she's your next hunt.
he is staring straight ahead at the slower, like the ever closer city gate, and he is just grumbles under his breath. If I wanted your help, I would have asked for it. But it's not her fault. But she's also, well, he raises his eyebrows and kind of does this, like, you know what she is kind of thing.
So next time, ask her not to heal you, then. And then, get your leg cut off, and then probably die.
How loudly do you say that? Are you, like, whispering it to him, trying to keep this conversation very, very low?
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah. So he, like, there is a just this frustrated huff and like a protracted silence from Sinclair, and he just grumbles to himself and just goes, "Okay, well, I appreciate the help. Thank you, and don't let this give you any ideas about my standing or capabilities as a hunter. Mind you, anybody can get caught off guard."
I never had any less opinions of you, Sinclair. Half of your paranoia is in your head. You realize that, yes?
To that, there is a, like, you see his mouth move as he tries to form a thought, and he just kind of, and then just keeps his mouth shut. And behind you, you notice, Lisa, like, you hear as her fingers are drumming against each other, and she is, like, not successfully, but she is trying to eavesdrop because she is curious. So she's standing a little bit too close to you, and as you turn around and just kind of get a glance at her, she immediately takes, like, half a step back and is just, kind of looking away.
You don't have to be shy, Lisa. Or Dr. Silvers, do you prefer either?
Oh, please, you can call me Lisa. And I don't mean to pry, but I just was curious, is all. Just checking
Well,
in on a patient.
this idiot will never say thank you to you personally, so thank you for taking care of him.
Just more grumbling from him, and from the lead, like the front of the pack, you, like, see that Noose has stopped and turns around and just goes, "We're almost back to the city. Once we get back, dump all your gear. We'll do a quick assessment of everything we've managed to scavenge from the ghouls, and then we'll all take a week off before we go back out again."
Who's paying for the feast?
That you hear a couple of people from the way back behind you just goes, "Feast? Wait, feast? Did she say feast?" And then Noose looks at you and raises an eyebrow, and she shrugs and just goes, "Fine, feast on me. I'll buy some extra meat from the market tonight."
Electra
She is
nods
just
in victory.
this is this is very much like Noose recognizing, like, all right, this was a very successful outing. Fine, we'll have an extra big meal. I think that's fair, rather than the usual. So, but as you get closer to the gates, Sinclair is now completely relented and is letting you kind of like giving you his full weight. And it's hard, but you are able to bear that with a good and help him out despite his protest. And Lisa still kind of harping close over your shoulder. Next, we zoom out from the hunters who are close approaching the western gate to the city, and we will zoom in on a building in this more to the center of the city of Termarkt, one of the church's administration buildings. If you were looking at the map, there is the church itself, which is 3, the Inquisition building, which is 4, and then the building below them that is still within the church grounds that looks like a smaller church. That building is an administrative building where a lot of the vicar and his attendants and other compatriots repeatedly and routinely spend much of their days that are not spent prepping for any sort of sermon or service. And in this particular day, the vicar has been quite busy as it is nearing, let's see, I think I turned off the calendar, so yes, but it's nearing the end of the month, and they are preparing some of their appropriate budgets and food, like a mix of credit budgets and food budgets, as well as like planning sermons and pulling documentation, preening and updating musical references, all sorts of administrative work for parts of the government, as they aren't part of the government officially, but there's a lot of government work that is partially picked up by the church. And in this building, we find our compatriot Cody. If you would like to describe a hectic, office panicked, currently running some errands, like running between stations for the vicar sister for us.
Yes. So Agneta is about 5'6", incredibly pale white skinned. Looks like she never steps outside. She's got like light blue, almost grayish eyes, and even though she is wearing nun vestments, because she's so frantic and running around, like you do see a few strands of blonde hair peeking out from underneath her habit. Yeah, a very I don't think gaunt is the right word, but she's very frail, very thin.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, as you are running some errands, one of the other administration workers, like this woman who is wearing a more like standard nun vestments that are just kind of long draperies with a messenger bag over her shoulder. She like just snags you by the elbow and she just goes, "Oh, Mr. Agneta, can you do me a favor? Can you take some of these things down to the acquisitions office for the government? I think there's someone here from the government who wants these right away. I just got word from one of the messengers, and I believe they're probably going to grow impatient if we end up pushing this down the road a little bit."
Oh, all right. The vicar already has me going down there for another reason anyway.
And she like takes your hand and squeezes it in hers, and she goes, "Bless you, child. We're all just so busy." She turns around and she goes like, "Sorry, and I'm just getting pulled away again." And she just gets immediately swept up into another huge mound of business that someone somewhere needs. And as you are heading downstairs, you see this is in this building in particular. This is where a lot of power tends to congregate. In particular, you see a shorter man with like dark skin, kind of white hair. He is quite short, like probably only about 3.5 feet in height.
Oh,
Yes. This you would know is, let's see, what's his name? Not I want. His name is Maurice Genesys. And Maurice Genesys is the governor of he is the 13th governor of the House of Parliament for the city of Termarkt. And he's an avid spokesman for the common man kind of vibe. Very, very Bernie Sanders-esque. Like, the major parts of his platform and what he will, and for lack of a better term, for what he preaches about is something that you could probably sympathize with. It's always like what is for the betterment of Termarkt as a city as a whole, what helps people in general, like very, very pro people kind of things.
awesome.
And let me put his little picture in here. Where is he? And yes, this is Maurice Genesys. And Maurice sees you, and he is like holding in one hand a cane, a very short cane, and he's like in his offhand holding a stack of papers, and just goes, you must be one of the people sent to, well, help me with some bit of business that I have with the church.
I believe that's correct.
Oh, it's good to see you. My name is Maurice, but what can I call you? He like kind of gently pats the side of your leg.
You can call me Sister Agneta.
Oh, the pleasure is mine, Sister Agneta, and I hope that you and I can work together more as time goes forward. I really think that this will be a good thing for the city here. Just having the church and the government work in tandem instead of more at odds. And as he's talking, he is like kind of pantomiming with his hand, like some sort of like rubbing his fists together friction. He just goes, I find that there's been some unfortunate distrust in parts of the government and parts of the church, and I don't know. I don't mean to make it sound more dour than it actually is, but well, it's frustrating. And I've got some business papers here and some proposals that, well, I'd like to. I'd really like to get into the hands of the vicar if possible, but he's been kind of avoiding me, I think. He scratches the side of his head like, if he's avoiding me, I don't know if he's just really busy.
She'll like bring her hand to her mouth and chuckle a little bit. The vicar is very busy.
Yes, I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's quite busy, but if you could do me the favor of giving him these proposals I have, and he will hand you this stack of papers. Roll me an insight check.
Oh.
Yeah.
What difficulty?
Let's do difficulty. Let's do 2 difficulty die.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's a pretty earnest guy. He like he wants you to hand. You don't know what these papers exactly are, what the proposals are, but he really does have an earnest desire to get these into the hands of the vicar. And speaking of vicar, let me make a little page for him. So, as you are handed the stack of papers, from behind you, you hear just, Sister Agneta, I see you've met Governor from District 13. Mr. Maurice, it's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. And behind you, there is this looming figure in large black robes and the simple, like, white collar. This man who has a more he's tall. He's about 6 feet tall, and he has graying hair that is curly and short, and a very finely combed, preened beard. He takes a step forward and will lift the papers right out of your hands unless you stop him.
Nope.
Yeah.
Speak of the devil and he shall appear.
He like at the sentiment, he just chuckles at that very like it's just I see, Mr. Maurice, that you've met my personal attendant, and she is quite helpful, quite capable. I'd appreciate it, though, if you could keep such matters of importance between us for the time being. Oh, yes, of course, of course. And the vicar, his name is Morgan Luis, and the Genesys just like kind of holds his hands up in the surrender a little bit. Just goes, of course, Vicar Morgan, I would be absolutely more than happy to accommodate whatever proclivities suit the situation. I'm just trying to get some movement on these ideas that I've got. I think it's been sitting for a bit too long, and of course, I just want to get some things going. We're not getting any younger, you know that. And the vicar just nods, just goes, "No, we're not. I suppose you're right." Now, Miss Agneta, if you would be so kind, I have a somewhat pressing matter that came to my attention. Most distressing, but I believe that you could probably help with this. There are
Oh.
some visitors we have who are at the church here for a bit of blood administration, if you don't mind helping them.
Of course, right away.
Thank you. And he puts a hand on your shoulder and he pats, just lets you scoot. And the vicar will gesture to Maurice, and they just begin like having their quiet conversation. And there's a lot of tension there, particularly because Maurice wants to ask a lot from the church, and you would know this having been in the administration. But it doesn't. It's not necessarily that he's asking for unreasonable things, but he leans a lot on the moral fiber of the church, being like, if you want to do the greater good,
Hmm.
then I know how you can do it, and there's some truth to it, but there's also just a bit. It's a bit bold of the government worker to be so brazen, I suppose. But that is all just that is all now flying out of your hands as it goes, and you are now quickly on your way to a different part of the church that is relegated to caring for the hunters who are there for blood administration. Oh, hold on one second. Okay, so you quickly make your way to a different part of the church. This part is currently being visited by a few seemingly scary-looking individuals. Um, and as you are moving towards that area, you start to hear more and more concerned whispers about like a bunch of weirdlings, a bunch of beastkin, a bunch of other weird creatures. Like, how do we know that they're not monsters? Like, there's just whispers of anxiety on the wind, and you probably have an inkling as to like who or what is waiting for you. But you round the corner and you see three very unusual faces. You see a tall man with bluish gray skin, with black hair, wearing furs. Beside him, you see a man wearing jet black leathers with a top hat and like totally opaque black sunglasses, uh, and like a very very wide toothy grin. And then you see, lastly, a woman with a very luscious mane of hair, who stands about this like similar in height to you, I believe, and is just casually all of these weirdlings sitting there. Um, do you? I don't know if you still have a shared backstory or not. Do you recognize this person?
Is it Maddie?
It is Maddie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, you see Maddie.
Oh, Maddie, I didn't know you were going to be here today.
So I kind of imagined that Maddie was in the middle of like telling an over the top story to the other weirdlings, just kind of being jovial, and she hears Agnetta's voice, and she turns like, "Straggy, it's been a while. How have you been?" And she kind of rushes up, gives her a hug.
I'm surviving. And yourself?
Well, going about day to day, you know.
From behind
Figure-
you, like behind Maddie, you see the hand of the pale vampiric looking man wave, and he just goes, "He's babysitting right now."
Hmm. I see. Well, you can follow me.
Don't mind if I do. And he gets up and hooks one hand in his pocket, and the other one like brushing a bit of his hair over his ear to kind of clear his vision a bit. And Malik casually hulking and skulking through the hallway with you all.
I hope the vicar hasn't been keeping you too busy.
Oh, he always keeps me busy.
Well,
And
like, do you need a vacation? Maybe you should try and get vacation time.
uh, I don't think God takes vacations.
Well, that doesn't sound very fun.
You're escorting this gentleman?
Yep.
Like I said, she's babysitting right now. I am
Say
not to
baby.
be trusted on my own, according to the church, so I need a chaperone.
You say babysitting like it's a problem. Like we're all friends here.
Oh,
When
it's
he
not a
talks,
problem to me.
Agnetta's eyes do narrow a bit.
He looks at you, and are you looking at Vincent with any sort of suspicion?
No, I mean, I feel like she would be kind of leading them somewhere, probably looking mostly at Maddie.
Mm-hmm.
But just every time he opens his mouth, like her face does seem to sharpen a bit.
Interesting. Yes, but you lead them around a corner and to what is essentially like a private room that has a couple of chairs and a spare like box of salt and ice where you can keep uh, bags of blood or tinctures. And this is typically a medical area where occasionally hunters or inquisitors or other people will come in for medical attention. They also use this area for blood administration, and you've done this before. This is not something you're that's completely foreign to you. Blood administration looks different for most of the individuals who come here, but in particular for most, it is hook up a machine. It's basically like putting an IV into someone, but you allow them to ingest it. So it's kind of like setting up an IV and then giving someone the IV end and just letting them have a straw.
Mm.
The unusual nature of it has kind of it's still unusual, but you've grown used to it. As has Vincent, where Malik and Maddie, you're like seeing this for the first time. It's a little weird for it to be so formal to just kind of hand someone an extended straw into what is basically like a bag of blood or a canister of blood and just let them drink it and watch them to make sure that they don't do anything suspicious. But the blaseness with which the other people go through the motions is like, I guess this is normal.
So it's connected to a blood bag, right? Not like a person.
Correct. Correct. It is connected to a blood bag and not a person.
Why can't these just be transported back to the base? I think it would save a lot of trouble.
Agnetta shrugs.
Vincent, he like with one end in the corner of his mouth is like drinking up the blood. Just kind of shrugs, throws his arm like with his hands open and just, mm-hmm. And he is drinking the blood quite quickly. It doesn't take him long before he's drank all of it, and then Malik is just like, weird that he has to have a chaperone for all this.
Yeah, it's not like
think
he's
you could
doing
just
anything.
honestly, you think you could get it to go?
Mhm.
Would Agnetta know like why it needs to happen here?
You would know, like you would know why in the sense that it is blood is a controlled substance, and the church is also the hospital, basically. So there are formalities in place to say like, cool, the church wants to make sure that they know where all of the blood is being kept at all times,
Mm-hmm.
because if it's not properly cared for, it can go bad and it's wasteful. If it's not, like if it's used as like technically you could say that there is a black market as well. You
Mhm.
could try to sell blood on the black market for money. It could be used to lure beasts such as ghouls or vampires or other things because of the scent. So there are formalities in that regard where it's like, cool, we can't just give it away. So the church wants to know if we give blood to a person, they are going to consume it all and not leave a drop left, and then we can keep all of the materials here. So you can kind of see why it is the way it is, but
Mhm.
it is still a little, just a little inconvenient and a little absurd.
Quality control.
Sounds more like just wanting control in general.
Vincent takes the straw out of his mouth and just goes, I will say this is well quality blood.
I mean, if Vince likes it, then can't really complain.
He, after another minute, just finishes up drinking and takes the straw out and makes a very big show of, like, clicking his tongue, like, ah, that sure does hit the spot every time.
Happy to be of service.
Thank you, darling. And you know our friend Maddie here, yes?
You
He
know
didn't
our
know that.
friend?
Yeah, he's like, you know our friend Maddie?
Hmm. We go way back.
Yeah, we got a bit of history.
The Malik to Malik and Vin, this is kind of surprising because I imagine you didn't tell them you knew someone at the church. You may have talked about your friend, but I don't know if you would have said that yes, she is a clergy member.
I imagine that to Maddie, Agnetta's just a friend. It doesn't really matter her profession.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. It kind of slipped her mind like, oh, that's important?
Malik just kind of raises an eyebrow and shrugs. Just goes, weird, but all right. I suppose we're all done here. We can saddle up and go.
Aggie, are you sure you can't take some time off? There's some kind of festival or show going on in the other part of town. Love to take you with.
Ugh. The vicar asked me to do so much today. I could probably get away for an hour, but no more.
So we don't have to sneak you out. Perfect. Let's go.
I hear the
Something,
baby.
something, lead us not into
Sorry.
temptation.
I
Something, something.
hear the baby.
She's on one right now.
Oh my god, I keep on thinking it's a child. A human child.
So Malik and Vin both look at each other, and then they look at Maddie, and they're just kind of shrug, and are like, "All right." They know better than to try and like get out of it when Maddie sets her mind to some shit. They are more go with the flow kind of dudes. So it just happens to work out very coincidentally in Maddie's favor.
Hey. I mean, it's not like we have to take Vincent back, right? We just had to chaperone him here, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so
On a
Vincent's
technical
free
level, yeah. And Vin will also like hold up a finger and say, you know, technically, you could just continue chaperoning me for another little bit of time. I'm sure the church would understand your diligence was very necessary.
too. Very, very important. He's got a point.
I am a bit of a troublemaker.
You can't take your eyes off him.
Hmm. Good to know.
Big, big, wide, toothy grin.
Every last one of the weirdlings has an absolutely just insane maw of teeth. Oh, are we going to see this magic show that I've heard so much about?
That was the plan.
Wonderful. Then, if you don't mind, let's make our way over there, because I am getting a little itchy being inside of a church for so long.
So, do vampires can't actually be in churches, right? Is that actually a thing in this setting?
It depends. Some vampires are greatly impacted by church and religion, and others are not. So you would
Oh
know
my
that
god.
Vincent is not impacted by the church. He is. So it depends on a lot of things, but the most common factor, and you would know this as a hunter, the most common factor is that if the person before they were a vampire had any amount of faith, that same amount of faith is what is reflected back upon them. So Vincent was not a person of strong faith. So he is able to be in churches and stare at a cross. It doesn't feel good. It makes him get anxious and kind of jittery, but he is able to stand it.
Hmm.
And that's pretty typical for vampires or half vampires or dampiers that are or some of the weirdlings that you've encountered, because most often a full-blooded vampire either is totally blasted by religion and the church or is totally unaffected by it. And if Vincent was full-blooded, like a full-ass vampire, he would probably not be able to go in a church. It would irritate him too much. But like when he says it gives him the willies, he's a little bit exaggerating, but not too much exaggerating.
Okay. She kind of tilts her head a bit in a thinking motion, like, huh? How long have you been in a church for an extended period of time? As I assume they're starting to walk out.
He just kind of like thinking about it and just puts a hand to his chin, and you can see now, like as he's kind of tapping his chin and thinking about it, his nails are a lot longer than they were before, and his fangs are a lot more pronounced. After drinking blood and having his hunger satiated, his vampiric qualities are a little bit sharper and more refined. And he kind of thinks about it and just goes, "Well, I think the longest I stood in one without saying nothing and making a fuss was probably about 15 to 20 minutes."
Oh, your tolerance isn't very high, then, is it?
I'm afraid it is not. And he just
Hmm.
shrugs.
Nods
Malik,
nods solemnly and pats his shoulder.
Malik just watching this whole thing go by, just like, I don't like being in churches, but I don't have like church allergies.
Yeah, church allergies sound like completely horrible. I don't know how I could deal with it.
Uh, uh, ooh. So it's also worth noting that Vincent will, like, as you are all like getting up and walking and moving around, he makes a very notable point of putting either you or both you and Malik between himself and Agneta. He is not willingly standing in eye line or eyesight of Sister Agneta because of probably some of the church iconography or some other things. It is probably a little irritating to him in the same way that silver irritates the skin.
Mm.
But as you are all making your way, I've said that phrase way too much, but as you are all moving towards the area where everything will be performed. It is in the district here between 5 and 6, right at the western gate, or at least nearby the western gate, in a little historical preservation society. And this is like basically like a small mansion that was converted into a historical house. And there is like to celebrate some of the acquisitions and the opening and everything, they had reached out to a kind of local, like local as in it's in town, but not necessarily nearby physically, a kind of local area that they knew they could find some entertainment in, to create a sort of like a celebration, like almost like a party. And they were surprised and one-upped when it turned out that they could put on an entire performance to celebrate everything, both with music and some other like food and goods, some baked items, etc. And part of this celebration is the magic show that they are going to put on. And we are now going to zoom in on the last compatriot of our crew, who is currently setting up for the magic show, getting the stage put together, getting a little bit of help from the City Watch, and you. So now, Amy, if you wouldn't mind describing your character as you and your brother are putting together the little bit of stage with the help of some of the City Watch people that are there, namely Edgar, as
Okay.
Riley's not there yet.
My boy Edgar. Okay. Sorry. I was doing a bunch of things.
Mm-hmm.
Let me close the fucking door. He starts dying now? Really?
Oh no.
Complete silence for the past 2 hours until now. Alright.
Again, we've established Mr. Amy has impeccable timing.
He really does. Okay. So, describe my character, right?
Yes.
So, Paige is a whopping, staggering 4'11". She has short-ish, or it's around like neck length, blonde hair that is loose and a little wavy. She is covered in freckles. She has green eyes, and she is wearing like a pink dress. However, as she is struggling to like push a like box on wheels that's about like twice her height, but about her width, she's like slowly just like push all of her fucking weight into it. She's not very strong, but she's slowly moving it towards the stage. And you see that she also has on like a cape, and she has on like a top hat that she has that's a little lopsided as she's like putting her full fucking weight and shoulder into this fucking box that she's moving. She even like stops to like pull out a fucking cane that she has and uses it to like stick it into the ground and uses it as an anchor point to push even more. As
As
she's
you're
rolling
kind of
this box.
struggling, you're like rolling this box. You are passed by your brother, who is pushing an entire box on his own of just other stage equipment and some other stuff to help like set the mood a little, some curtains, and kind of to highlight the before the start and end of the show, where you kind of pull back the curtain and greet everyone, and then you finish and pull the curtain closed, and he is pushing something of similar size, like past you, and like the comedy of the moment is not lost on him as he rushes past and then stops and looks, and then just gives you like a cheeky grin, and then does not slow down and just hustles this up to the rest of the stage. Just goes, "Hurry up! You are taking so long."
She looks very unimpressed as she just like puffs out air, a breath of air to move her hair out of her face that's fallen. As she's fucking struggling, and she just like looks up and shouts at him. I'm just like, Pierre, you could help me with this.
He gets up to the stage, jumps up onto the stage, grabs the box, and starts pulling the one he brought up with it. He just goes, "I could, but it would not be nearly as fun as watching you struggle with it yourself." And he reaches over and grabs the other end of the box and lifts. And you feel a set of hands come down on the box and start to help you with it. And like a huge weight is like pulled forward, and you see Edgar has walked over. And he's like, "I can help. Just point me in the direction of where I'm supposed to go."
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Edgar. You see, someone knows how to help the star magician. Thank you. You can put it right over there where Pierre went. Right on the left part of the stage. Where he is.
He carries it over, and he's getting on in his years, so there's a little bit of like red in the face effort of just like, oh, like heaves it up, sets it down on the stage, and it's not quite in the right spot. And he goes, "Right about here, right?"
Pierre will fix it after. But thank you so much for your help. You see, someone is very helpful. Someone knows how to help people. And someone is very kind and very, very nice. Thank you very much for your help.
Pierre walking over, like looking at the box, and then like puts his hand on his hip, and then looks over and just goes, "Well, if you're such a good magician, you think you could just make it poof?" And then he gestures like as if it were to vanish from where it is and then appear where it's supposed to be. And he just goes, "Oh, here we are. Pushing. The least magical thing you could possibly do. Push."
I think I can make something vanish and never come back. And pushing that is the most hardest magic that there is, no? It takes true strength, I think.
He looks at Edgar, and then Edgar, who's just kind of like, "Oh, okay, I did my part, right? I'm good. You kids don't need me to move any more heavy shit, right?" I'm like,
Actually,
"Oh, there's more? Okay."
I have this box. If you could please help me get it. It's on the top of a look. I can't reach it.
Pierre just like snorts, and then he jumps down off the stage, and we'll run over there, and he's like, "I'll get it." And if the true strength is up here, that is where the true magic is. And he like flexes in this over the top muscle man way.
No, the true magic is how I am going to put this whole show together with your minimal help. That is where the true magic is. And she like flips her hair a little bit.
He runs and grabs the box that's a bit too high up for you to reach. You need, as he's like pulling it off the top, it almost starts to fall. And were it to fall, it would probably seriously hurt him. I'm gonna roll a little unlucky check to see just how lucky or unlucky the boy can be.
No.
That's not very lucky.
Oh no. Fuck.
So, Paige, you are seeing this happen almost in slow motion, giving you just enough time to possibly react, but he is like Pierre has grabbed the edge of the box and heaved it backwards, and is now holding most of the weight directly above his head, and he's a little like if he loses his footing, that is going to fall directly onto him. This is like holding like a stage speaker above your head with like only part of the weight taken off, and he's about to just let the whole thing come crashing down on him.
Oh shit, is there anything she can do?
Probably, but you could use magic if you wanted to.
What could I do? Is there hmm
So, if you wanted to, there basically is a subset of all magical things that fall under utility. And
Okay.
to make a utility effect happen, you're just rolling a weird check at 1 or 2 purple.
Okay. Okay. And all right, so Paige fucking sees this in slow motion, and she's going to do her fucking damnedest to just push it back onto the shelf. However, she is going to like do this like hand gesture towards where Pierre is and the fucking box. That's also important. But she's also going to like at the same time tug on Edgar's sleeve to get his attention to her so he doesn't see.
Oh, okay. Good. Okay. So, first roll me your weird check with 2 purple.
Weird, and then add 2 purple.
Mhm.
Oh boy, here we go.
Hey! So, with the one threat, you say you easily succeed. So that box is dangling precariously over top of Pierre's head, and you see that this is a disaster waiting to happen. So with a quick flick of the wrist, you reach over and yank on Edgar's sleeve, and he immediately whips his head and he just goes, he was getting increasingly concerned for Pierre, but turns and just goes, should we help? And then as he turns his head to look at you, the box just flips right back into place, and Pierre like blinks at it. You can see over Edgar's shoulder, Pierre looking at the box as it just happened to slide back to where it was. And he blinks, and there's a look of like just concentration as he furrows his brow, trying to piece together like, wait, what happened? Did I push it? And then he looks over and meets your eyes for half a second. And Edgar, in that brief moment, is what do you say to Edgar?
She like yanks on his like very quickly like yank on his fucking like sleeve to get his attention, waves a hand to push the box back, and she just says to him, I think we should help him, no? I can't reach it, but you can.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I'll help you. Here, just give me like half a second. And he climbs down off the stage and does like a little half jog over to him. And you can see from where you're standing, Pierre like piecing the puzzle together, trying to understand like, wait, hold on, did I end? And he looks up. You get the sneaking suspicion that he recognizes that you did magic, possibly, but he also isn't 100% sure.
She just, gets busy. Whistle, whistle. Oh, look at that. I forgot the fake flowers. I need to put this in the container so that we can use it for the show.
Okay. And as you are setting up a little bit, they bring the box down and setup continues as normal. Slowly but surely, everyone starts to slowly pour in and the crowd starts to get a little bigger. If you guys are okay really quick, I'd like to take a quick 5-6 minute break, get some more water and use the bathroom, and then we can reconvene here for the magic show.
Works
boy.
for me.
Hell yeah. I hope you all are having fun. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Oh boy, I'm just looking at the NPC gallery. I'm just like, damn. You have a. This is just the beginning. We have a whole cast, huh? So many NPCs.
I am back. What did I miss? It looks like we're on break.
Yep.
So what did I miss?
Nothing much.
Did Paige use magic?
Oh yeah, she did. She pushed a box back on the shelf to save your brother
Okay.
from getting crushed.
As sibling duty, you know.
Mm-hmm. And I was just looking at the NPC gallery, and I was just like, God damn, there's a lot of people.
And this is only session 1.
Exactly, that's what I was just saying. Like, there's so many people, and it's session 1. There's a whole fucking cast here right off the bat.
Yeah, and how many of them are we gonna lose this session?
I don't know, man.
That's the trick. Give us a whole bunch of NPCs and then kill them all off.
For character development.
Yeah. No, it's not even character development. It's like, yeah, you see all these characters? No, they're not yours. You get a taste of them. That's it. Wow, I could hear that in my room or in my headset.
Hear what?
The snap.
Damn.
Okay. I'm back. I'm hydrated. Or
I need to
hydrating,
hydrate
rather.
more. How are you doing, Joe? This is
Yeah,
a lot of NPCs.
Yeah, I wanted to message you while you were doing that. I'm like, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
I
You
return.
have gallons of water next to you.
This is my 3rd or 4th full bottle of water.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yep.
I'm hydrating, man. I told you.
He chose this himself.
Mhm.
Nobody told him he had to start like this.
Yeah.
But
None
Yeah,
of
he's
us are
just
bad at high at starting in a tavern.
Obviously, he's starting like this, so we lose our NPCs. Like, you get a taste, but that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I'm very, very amused by Vincent's accent.
Same.
You have discovered a new favorite accent for me, Joe.
I love Vincent's accent so much.
I am willing to bet that's also the hardest one on your vocal cords.
Wait, sorry. I had to talk to Claire for a second. For the Eustace you were saying?
Vincent.
No, Vincent.
Vincent?
Vincent.
Oh, yes, Vincent's voice is probably the one I worked on the most,
It's
and
so
is also
good.
the hardest.
It's great.
It's
really
so
fucking hard.
fucking good.
Ah, okay. So, is everyone here?
Yeah.
Present.
Hell yeah. I've heard
No.
everyone's voice. So I
Mentally
consider
or
everyone
physically? That is the question.
spiritually.
Spiritually. Oh
Let
boy.
me go here.
You know what I probably should have done? Probably prepared something for the fucking show.
that would be wise. Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Pick your favorite Penn and Teller team.
Yeah, I've been watching Fool Us. I showed Iris an episode. So won't be interesting. Joe, I hope you're ready to play ball.
I hope I'm ready as well.
I hope I'm ready.
I really would like it if this were to work good.
Remember your words, Joe. You do speak English.
Can we do like a minute 30 of pause time?
Yes.
He's still working on
You
something,
are-
so.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
still working on a thing.
I will be right back.
Cool. This is friendly. And
I've practiced the accent so much, yet it fails me.
It's very cute.
I'm trying my hardest. I love Willow's voice.
I am glad y'all are enjoying it because I figured it out yesterday afternoon.
Hey,
right on time.
let's go.
It's going to be a bitch because I keep wanting to swap back over into British because British is easy at this point because fucking Isul.
Mm-hmm. I'm really gonna struggle whenever I have like two stereotypically standard British voiced characters both walk into frame. Like, I was trying not to do it with Lisa and Sinclair, because I was like, they're both going to sound almost the same, and I really, really don't want to deal with that shit.
Lisa's very cute.
Yeah, I love Lisa. I love
didn't even get to
everyone.
see... I'm excited for Lisa more than anybody else. I'm biased. Let's see.
Oh boy.
Yes. Am I missing anyone?
So if I am looking at this map correctly and assuming that this map is accurate, there is a wall around the city as a whole for the most part, and then a
Yeah.
wall around the central part, which I'm assuming is church and government and like important people houses.
Correct.
Okay.
5, 6, 7. Yeah, so like you'll see that there are like rich and wealthy types. If you can see my
Yeah.
drag ruler, there are rich and wealthy types that live in this area. There are rich and wealthy vendors that vend in this area. There are the mansions and like really, really nice houses of government and church workers. And then you have additional government and church employees and administrative people who live here. And then you have like the church and then the government itself.
Gotcha.
I also love you can zoom in so far into this map.
Isn't it really satisfying? I'm glad this map is so big and really, really detailed because I like being able to zoom in hella far.
It's also perfect to hide shit in. Gonna start
Actually,
dropping like little all over this map that you're not gonna be able to see until you zoom in. And I'm assuming 6 is just like a little shanty town.
Basically, yeah. 6 is like the roughs where like a lot of poor and destitute end up getting shoveled because guards want to quote unquote like keep the city clean and nice or something to that effect, right?
Oh, it's disgusting. Drugs. Even drugs.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back.
Okay, I'm back. What's wrong?
Mr. Amy happened.
Ah,
2 seconds before you.
Literally right before you pop back in, she's like, I'm gonna be right back.
okay, this works out. That's fine. I was having issues with my headset. I'm trying to fix it, so. Might have to restart my computer again.
Well, if you
You can
want
go
to
ahead
just
and
go ahead and
restart
do
right
that.
now.
Okay, I'll be right back. Again.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're good.
So we just have a fucking coliseum.
Yeah, it's more like it is a coliseum, but in effect, it's more like a stadium where you would play sports of some kind. But it is a coliseum in its construction.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello.
Sorry about that.
What
You're
did the
good.
Mr. Amy want?
Something about drugs.
Yeah, he wanted drugs.
Mm.
And as keeper of the drugs.
The Great Keeper.
Mm-hmm.
Permission must be asked.
So I have it right next to me. So, like, I'm not saying this is what happened.
Okay.
However, it's possible that when a person is sick, the person they're in proximity to that takes care of them gets sick after. Now, I'm not saying I got Mr. Amy sick.
Of course not.
Because, of course, I would never do that. I love him very much. However, it's something.
He is currently benefiting from the exact same drugs you were taking.
Yes, he's not feeling very well. But again, it's not my fault.
Yeah.
It would not
I'm confused where this is going.
That's it.
would not have
Okay.
anything to do with the amount of alcohol he drank, so that he got as sick as he did the other night, right?
Oh no, he has not touched alcohol in a few days. But no, his nose is stuffed. He has a head cold. Not as bad as when I had it. At least so far. Fingers crossed. Hopefully it passes through quickly. But he came over to get decongested. I have on my nightstand. And he asked for it very nicely and politely. Or as nicely and politely you could expect from a sailor.
Nice and polite for Mr. Amy.
Mm-hmm.
Drug keeper, give me my drugs.
Hey, give me that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Amy, do not feel like you have to have an entire magic show prepared.
I don't feel like
Okay,
that.
good.
Don't worry.
Good.
We're just gonna see what comes out of my mouth.
We have officially entered into the true improv section of Tabletop. Can you improv a magic show for us?
Yeah, that's why I said, Joe, I hope you're ready for us to both struggle to play ball.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm. I already love all of these NPCs. Like,
I had a lot of fun making them. I'm glad you guys like them, because a lot of them were basically just what you guys
Hello.
handed to me, too.
I love Eustace so much.
It means well.
Mm-hmm.
Willow likes him. Willow is just also Willow. Gotta keep the reins on this shit, and she knows it.
Mm-hmm.
Truth. Willow, if Willow did not keep him in line, he would have probably blown himself up at this point.
Probably. And Sinclair.
I want you to know, though, that the only thing I see when I look at that picture is a, like, much older version of, like, Dr. Eggman.
That's what
That's
I
why
was
I
thinking
picked it.
too.
That's why I picked it, because I was like, it looks like Dr. Eggman. Oh man, he should be a character in this game. I exclusively wanted him because I was like, he looks like an evil scientist. I want him to be a scientist.
A good
But
but
not an evil one.
mildly inept scientist.
Mildly.
Cyberpunk has given me too many incredibly talented scientists. We need some dumb scientists.
Hell yeah.
The fuck around and find out scientists.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's what we got for this game. I can confirm. Okay. We all here.
Okay. So, let me... do this. Do. Okay, so here is what we'll do. Everyone is gathered now at the society, like this historical preservation society, and it is a nice, above middle-sized kind of abode. There is like, it's a nice building. It's very clear that this was like a minor noble style house that was converted. Maybe the noble passed away. Maybe they left town. Who knows? But the building itself is nestled with a little like pond slash moat around it. And it is like really fancy marble and stonework on the outside. It has a courtyard in the middle with this big statue of a warrior holding a hammer and a shield, and there is an inscription below it that says, ignorance wields the hammer of injustice. And only through history can we learn to better ourselves. If you want me to repeat that. It's not going to be important, but I figured you might want it for the notes, Amy.
Please. What is
Ignorance wields the hammer of injustice.
it? Wields the hammer of injustice.
Only through history can we learn to better ourselves.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So you're at this like really fancy like mini mansion. There are multiple floors. As you walk inside, you are all greeted by this like area of, it's not opulence because it's not a home, and all of the furniture has been arranged and moved to kind of reflect that, where there's more cases and shelves of things on display. There's like model boats made after some historical finds. There's moments in history, and it's intriguing because of like how this place is founded. Given the eclectic history and the impact of the weirding, there is a mixture of history here where you see the encroach of what the weirding has done to human society and what it has led to, where some of these moments in history don't even there's barely a beat skipped where you have battles won and places conquered that are still referenced, and then you have other places and things that are talked about and like referenced that are completely new. There are paintings and portraits of humans talking to other beasts and creatures from the wood. And like this entire place is like predicated on the idea that we can have all of the history up to now and merge it with all of the history we are going to create in this new place. There's a lot of staff here, like a mix of people who are like working as preservationists, as archaeologists. There's a lot of members of the Explorers Guild who are, or at least Explorers Guild adjacent, who like find this place particularly um, enamoring in some way. And like as everyone starts to kind of collect in this area, um, you're all kind of ushered in as you walk up. There are these double doors that lead over a small wooden bridge, and this is where it looks more like a moat. It is very obviously more like it's not like a bridge that is lifted in any way, but it's it is over this pond that goes around to the outside of the building, and it's very lovely. It's very pleasant. It's almost like a private, secluded microcosm of the world that was before, where some people remember and some have forgotten and some have never knew it. This place exists as like a cool and unique blend of the two. There's a lot of people here. This is probably one of your biggest turnouts for a show page. And there's a couple of familiar faces, people who regularly attend. You see a couple of people who, you know, like you see in the crowd. Surely you obviously see a couple of guards, like City Watch guard people who you have known through Riley. There's a good mix of hunters here. And the hunters troop that was coming in from the gate, there was like a split where a good chunk of them went off to enjoy this show as it is a celebration and there is a bunch of free food. While the huntmaster was immediately called and returned to the hunter's camp as duty requires. But everyone is gathering here for this time and kind of mingling. And you start to put together the show, welcome everyone, and if you have any magic stuff you want to describe, you can. I don't expect you to. I was just going to move through the show.
I can probably like describe the kinds of shit they've got up their sleeve.
Uh-huh.
But
yeah, go for it.
Yeah, like I know for sure that they would definitely do a sort of like gimmick or thing at the beginning where they're not dressed and some banter back and forth as they walk around the stage, and they both walk like in opposite directions behind like a large wardrobe, and they come out on the other end dressed in their magician attire. That's probably their first big trick.
Mhm.
You know, she goes from like a casual like pink dress she wears to something in yellow with like her top hat and cape and her like cane, her trusty cane that she's got. Pierre probably goes into like more something more akin to like a suit with some yellow, but I think mostly black and white. For him, I think.
Mhm.
Definitely like a cool clothing swap. I 100% Paige does disappear Pierre. Does the classic, oh, he goes into this box and it's closed, and oh no, look, he's gone. But where is he? He's over there. Look off of stage where he comes in like carrying something. There's definitely incorporations of a cute animal that she appears out of a hat because she has to. It's a classic. How can you not?
Mhm.
And just all the classics that they do. She probably finishes it off with some card tricks. And
Mhm.
I imagine, for some reason, Pierre can do sleight of hand while juggling.
Yeah, he's passable. He's passably good at like all of the standard
Mm-hmm.
like basic magical things that you would do. Or basic
Mm-hmm.
tricks that you would do.
Yes. But that would be essentially their show. It's just straight up magic show. And what makes it special is their personalities.
That's lovely. Um as you are performing and going through the show, uh let me have you all roll. And this will be the first group roll to check.
Dare you say
Um
initiative?
not initiative, but
Oh
go
shit.
ahead and roll uh a perception check. And this is going to be for hearing something.
And
And
difficulty?
it'll be 2 difficulty with 1 setback die. So 2 purple, 1 black. Succeeded, succeeded, succeeded. Page succeeded. Interesting. Electra, you're still kind of dealing with helping Sinclair and a little distracted. And Sister Agneta, I don't know how you are with crowds, but the crowds kind of like ebb and flow of the attention is kind of a lot. So it's a little bit difficult to really hear anything discerning over like the oohs and ahs as a magic trick goes off. Someone appears or something disappears, and the mood is just like, ooh. Paige, as you are delivering the show, you take a step to the side and you gesture like, and here he is, and you like kind of show that Pierre had been here the whole time, and you like all eyes turn to him and start clapping and cheering, and everyone's really excited and impressed. And then there's this moment where you have like a tingle in the back of your mind, and you think you hear something, but you weren't certain. But it sounds like glass shattering, and you're not sure what the deal was. But you look around, you don't see a broken window anywhere, so you're not sure what that is. Madigan and Willow, Madigan, you are very engrossed in the show. The boys on either side of you are like, well, Malik isn't as interested. He's very kind of passively like, all right, this is pretty interesting. Kind of like nodding his head along. Vincent seems to be having fun. He is clapping and cheering, enjoying that the day is overcast. And you very clearly hear what sounds like glass breaking. And you, at first, you think, is that part of a trick? And you look around and you don't see anything on stage. And so you turn your head and look around to the outside portion, like around, you're again in like a courtyard almost. And as you are in this courtyard, there's windows facing to the inside, but none of it. It doesn't seem to be any. There doesn't seem to be any glass that broke. So you're not sure what that was. So you just kind of like furrow your eye or like kind of squint for a second and look, but you don't see anything. And Willow, you also are like examining the show, kind of trying to parse the tricks in your mind, but also your mind is kind of elsewhere as you think about some of the other things in the shop, and you're kind of poring over the ideas you have for the next project or some things that are on your list of things to do, and your mind snaps out of it as you hear this sound of what is a window breaking. And the show continues on for a second. There's a little bit of anxiety, and before anyone can do anything else, there's a shrill sound of like a hissing, like a, and another big cacophony of just as several second-story windows break, and out of the top of the second floor and into the area below, a bunch of what appear to be ghouls, as you could identify them very quickly, descend onto the crowd. And everyone who passed their perception check, you can add a blue to this, but now we are going to roll initiative. And let me add an encounter here.
Are we doing the standard cool and vigilance rules?
Yes, I believe it's either or.
No, it depends on if you are aware of coming danger or possible coming danger or unaware.
Oh, then yes. So cool if you are
Aware.
unaware?
If you are
Or
aware.
aware.
Vigilance if you're unaware.
Gotcha.
Does that come with a difficulty, or is it just straight?
It is straight 0 difficulty die, 0 setback die. But if you passed the perception check, you can add 1 boost.
Which one is it if you pass?
If you pass,
Cool.
it would be cool. If you did not pass, it's vigilance.
So no difficulty if you passed 1 blue.
Yes.
Correct? Okay.
Is there an initiative tracker on this thing?
It should be on... Using initiative on this is more difficult for me, but let me see.
So I went to the bathroom. What are we fighting?
A whole bunch of ghouls came crashing out of the second floor windows onto the
Awesome.
ground.
Yeah. So let me, at the very least, get this map set up so you can see the ghoulies.
Joe, I forgot to add a weapon to my inventory. Can I do that real quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
About to see how fucking weak this character is.
And things are popping off quite fast. So I will activate the scene because as the ghouls bust out through the windows, the crowd of people, ghouls descend on them. Several people who are in the crowd, just random civilians, are immediately like outright attacked, mauled, tackled to the ground, like necks, arms, legs being bitten. It has immediately started into a like chaotic bloodbath. So, with initiative as is,
I can't see.
Yeah, all we have is a
give
black
us
screen
a
right now.
second.
God, what can my character do again?
Time for us to learn that magic real fast.
Yeah, I don't.
Anybody know light?
No. I don't have a torch. No.
Global. I want this. No? Nobody can see now?
Nope.
No.
Mm-mm.
Shit. This is harder
Mine
than I
also
thought.
has the game paused thing. I don't know if everyone.
Oh,
Mine
yes.
does
Yeah.
not.
I can fix that.
Okay, that's
That's
fine.
easy to fix. Oh, there it is.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
all
let
I
me
saw was
go.
the hovering dots of everybody's mouse. Like, okay, where are we?
I still don't see anything.
Scroll out because it's in the
This.
center.
Nope.
Go here. Vision enabled. Vision enabled. There we go. There we go. Try refreshing.
Okay.
Okay, Edgar, come in clutch, please.
Well, now I'm having trouble reconnecting.
I do appreciate that for the most part, the hunters are in the front row.
Mm-hmm.
They
Where I
get
prefer to be.
to be the first ones to deal with the ghouls.
Mm-hmm.
Though I am just now realizing my character, I'm gonna need to move.
Okay, there we go.
My character's so not built for
Do-
combat.
You know how to rank the orders, Joe, for combat.
I believe so. It's successes to advantages, and then fails are like detract and threats detract, right?
Well,
So it's
there is no possibility for failures or threats with this. So you go by successes first. So like just off of the player characters, Paige goes first because she has 4 successes. But for instances like Willow and Electra, who both have 2 successes, the advantages work as the tiebreaker. So Willow would go before Electra. If you were just doing, you have to go when your order is, and not the like vague PC turns. So you rank your successes first, and then you rank advantages as tiebreakers for everything, including the enemy's turns. And that's how you do your PC and PC enemy turns.
Interesting. Okay, this is much more confusing to me, but I do think I understand it.
We could just do
So-
the PC chooses when to go thing if that's easier.
Well, you still have to rank them so that you know if there's like a 2 success, 3 advantage, which Willow has, and a 2 success, 4 advantage, which a enemy has. You still have to know that there's an enemy turn before Willow's.
Mm-hmm.
Is it
There's a
not?
lot of these guys.
There's even more than you probably realize.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
sure
a
there's
lot of
lots
like
of
shadows that we can't see into right now.
Yeah. Oh no.
There's a reason why Joe gave us all these NPCs,
Uh-huh.
most of whom are fighters of some sort.
How weak are ghouls, or how strong are they? Because this does seem like a big number.
Generally, ghouls are like you can kill a ghoul in 1 to 2 hits
Okay.
without much issue. Like they are fledglings that have they're basically starved vampire type creatures. They're not super strong, don't worry. And these particular ghouls, they're called ghoulites, like ghoul ITE, and a ghoulite is like a smaller, like it's page size. So, which I know is not good news for Paige.
Very bad news for Paige.
But they are page-sized little gross gremlin-looking creatures. Why can't this combat tracker? If you highlight your token
Yes.
and
Try to roll again.
yeah, try and roll again.
Okay.
Because I don't think it picked it up.
Probably not, because we were on a
Actually-
different page.
All
Before
of
you
us
roll
or one of
again.
us.
Let's do...
I just rolled again, so.
Yeah, it didn't pick it up. That's stupid. I am annoyed. If I just do rank, try and roll vigilant.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay. I wonder.
It's not liking it. That's annoying.
That's on the weapon stack. This, and then...
This is the only thing I did not have the opportunity to really test out. So what I might do, just to move things along, is do a little bit of manual work here. So if I go from Agneta, yeah.
Because I will also say, if you're messing around with something, we do not currently see anything.
Nothing successful has happened, unfortunately.
Okay.
1, 4.
Oh, this is pretty cool.
Willow, your first roll was 2 success, 3 advantage.
Yes.
So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, now I can't get rid of it. Fuck.
What did you do? Oh,
I
so
was
if you
fucking around with the measurement tools.
if you highlight the base of it on the measurement tool, you can click delete. Just don't delete your token.
I cannot do that.
There you go. It is really cool though. So let me roll really quick. These guys are not the coolest. Yeah. Oh. Okay. So if you go to here. No? What?
Well, we'll figure it out at a later date.
Yeah, that's this is a lot more frustratingly this is a lot more difficult than I had anticipated. All right, and I'm just these guys only have one cool, so they're very very slow by comparison. But I am going to roll a few times and just keep them on a bunch initiative. So we'll do.
Group them in pairs of 5 or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Got the north or the south group, the southwest group, and then the northwest group.
That's assuming that those are the only groupings. There might be some coming out from behind the stage here shortly.
I mean, that's true.
Judging by the blood stain that we do see behind Paige.
Yep.
Yes, they're like as soon as the glass starts breaking, blood starts flying, and things start becoming very chaotic very quickly. It is the PCs first. Who's going and what are you doing?
Or is it overall all of the all of the ghouls are going to go after us, or is there a little bit of a delineation?
It seems to be difficult to really parse what the intent is aside from just attack. There doesn't seem there's not like a VIP.
Yeah, that's actually
anywhere.
me asking the mechanical side, not the in character description side. So if anybody has certain things that they need to do first or last, they can do so or express such in character.
Gotcha.
I don't have anything like that, so if you guys have anything.
I did not finish. I got distracted trying to figure that shit out. Need to actually read the hex types again.
Yeah. Okay, can you explain how the hex types are going to be working?
They are delineations of what type of thing you want to do. If you want to, like, give someone defenses, then if you look at the augment thing, you can pick one of those effects, and there is an associated difficulty value to which you will roll weird. And if you succeed, that effect happens. And if you don't, something else happens. Or nothing happens.
Okay.
Okay.
So
like,
are all the rolls going to be weird, or is it going to be like divine, primal, arcane?
Weird. It's all weird.
Okay.
So then the pause there, just to make sure I'm fully grasping this. If you go to like the augment, which I'm currently looking at, hold on. They're calling me downstairs. So like you get augment and there's divine only and primal only. What does that mean?
You can use those.
Okay. I guess I will go last for whatever because I'm being summoned.
Okay. So we're probably at least partially surrounded. We should fight our way out of here, at least until we get to a better tactical ground. At least that's what Elytra's thinking.
Well, also the thing is too, we can't let these ghouls out into the city if we can stop it. But which way is the entrance?
South.
South?
And what's north of here?
What's north of the building, or like the northern? What is the north
of this map?
Of this map, more residential areas.
And the south goes to the entrance of the city.
Oh, I thought you meant the entrance to the building.
I said entrance to the building, not city.
Yeah, so the entrance to the city would be west. Like if I go back to the tear marked map here, if you remember there is the gate on the west, and then there's
Yeah.
like a main street that leads right into the government building.
But we're not like right there, right? We're deeper inside the city.
You're deeper into the little bit north of that main street road. So you're
Okay.
kind of deep in a residential area.
Okay. So the north of this map is not an exit. It is just, it opens to more residential stuff. The
Correct.
actual exit of the building is south.
Yeah, the exit to
Okay.
this building in particular is south. If you were to run north, that would run into more like deeper into a residential area where there's going to be more houses and people.
Is there hmm. Are there still people here besides the ghouls also trying to get out?
Yes, there are civilians that are here. I could actually, I'll place them on the map so you can have a little bit more goal-oriented
Yeah.
thought processes.
Yeah. And just in case you forgot, where's Pierre?
Oh, I didn't put a token for him. Damn it, I did forget. Hold on. He will be on
Okay,
stage
good.
next to you.
Okay,
Oh, so
good.
we're literally surrounded by people.
Yeah, this is a crowd of people.
Are they pushing towards us or pushing towards the exit?
It's a mix. There's some people that are pushing towards the exit and others that are like kind of backing up and shying away from where the ghouls are.
Okay.
But I will
So-
make the civilians wait to go.
Hmm.
And let me.
And I know like distance is a little different for like movement in this system. How
Mhm.
far could we move from where we're at as like, one range or whatever? What would be a range band?
It's a little tricky, but I would say if you wanted to move, like standard D&D rules is probably the best way to think of it, where you have 30-ish feet is about the range to short.
Okay.
60-ish would be the range to medium.
Okay. So it's not like I'm not gonna be able to get to an enemy or something, this kind of thing. So
Oh yeah,
okay.
for sure.
I'll just flat out say, y'all can go first because I have a support build.
I'm probably gonna head south.
Yeah,
if-
I'm figuring that
yeah.
probably Iris or Pepper need to go first because they are the attackers.
Yeah.
What would it take for me to get this crowd under control? Would that take a full action, or
It depends if you want them to do something. If you want them to just like, if you want to keep them from just freaking out and running, I would say you could use your maneuver to make a leadership roll and just yell at everyone to get them to chill out and stay behind you. If you want them to all like move in unison or move to a corner or huddle somewhere, then it might take an action to do that.
Make a defensive circle around the.
at the very least, I want them to stay out of the way and not like run off in a panic. That's my primary concern.
And I'll say that the crowd here, for the purposes of just movement, you don't have to worry about them being difficult terrain because it's not so packed that they are going to impede your ability to get in and around.
So, do you guys want me to move south, or do you want me to push west a little bit? Because I think if I push south, I can't really. I can get here.
Can you move west? Isn't there one right there that you could reach?
There's one right here I could reach. What is our goal? What is our goal for this? Is it to kill them all, or is it to survive
I don't think we can kill them all.
or escape, rather?
I feel like hi, I'm back. I feel like clearing a exit path for as many civilians as possible is the
Yeah.
primary goal. So setting up some sort of like hunters and PCs, like providing almost 2 walls of protection to funnel
Okay. I will
out.
go west then. Sinclair, did you bring a ranged weapon with you?
Like, without missing a beat, he reaches down to his belt and then unholsters
Okay.
a wheel lock pistol. So he is prepared.
Okay. So I'm going to, because these ghouls are in short range of these civilians, I'm going to go take this one. I'm going to go there and take that one out first.
And bear in mind, if you're using a whip, your whip is technically short range, so you don't have to run up to engage it to hit it with a whip.
Oh.
Your whip in particular is really long.
Okay.
So
I
your
don't
whip
even
can
have to
reach.
move right now.
Watch your whip.
Yeah, you would have to. I would say for the sake of making it like not hit someone else, you'd have to get like a clear line between you and your target. But you can like, it is a dead ass whip, so you have a lot of length to work with.
But within like Star Wars rules, if you're staying within the range band you're currently in, it doesn't cost your maneuver. So just moving to the other side of the civilians would probably mean that you're okay.
No, come back. So like right here, and I'd be fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you'd still have your maneuver in action.
Okay. So I will make an attack.
Go for it. Roll me your
aim maneuver.
your
Aim
melee
maneuver.
attack.
Well, I could use my maneuver to let one of you guys move, because that's one of my special powers.
Oh.
So if one of you guys wanted to get closer, I could use my maneuver to let you guys do that.
Gap close for someone else.
Yeah. So what am I rolling? I'm rolling my weapon, obviously.
Yes, your weapon attack, which I believe is technically a melee light.
Yes. What is the difficulty?
It would be a 2 difficulty, 2 purple check.
Okay.
Bam! Okay, so 3 successes. Your whip, I believe the damage is 3, 5? I don't know. What is it?
Let me look at my whip. It is superior, so it generates an advantage and an additional weapon, additional damage as well.
Cool.
So the whip does 1 damage. It has a critical of 3.
So you have exactly enough to crit. You have
2
3
damage
successes, and it is a base of 1 damage or 2 damage, or 2 damage base.
It
so
is 2
2
damage.
plus your agility.
2 plus my agility, which is 4.
Okay, so you deal 6 damage with this, and you can crit on this ghoul if you want to.
Do I need to? I guess you can.
Let me see. I just closed the ghouls page for some reason. After this single hit, your whip is sanctified, isn't it?
It is sanctified.
Ghouls are technically weakened to sanctified damage, so you would almost kill it in 1 hit.
Okay.
You would seriously wound it.
I'll crit then.
Okay. Hell yeah. So go ahead and roll on the crit table. Let's fucking go.
How roll dice?
Slash 1d100. And there's nothing to add for this yet. So it's just a flat d100.
Lethal blows, yeah. I typed that. That did not. Slash 1d100 is not a valid chat.
Oh, sorry.
Again.
Sorry. Slash R 1d100. Okay. It's like a roll 20.
Gotcha.
86 is good.
Nice.
So that is compromised. Increased difficulty of all checks by 1.
Oh wait, I do have lethal blows. I have 1 lethal blow, so it's plus 10.
You have
so
1
96.
lethal blows.
96.
Yeah.
96. Crippled. One of the target's limbs is impaired. All right. So you like Castlevania style, you like stride in front of one of these civilians and bring the whip over your head, and there's this like it kind of gives that little floaty gesture of just, and then you flash your hand forward, and then the whip just suddenly snakes out, and you hear the loud bang and crack as it hits the ghoul, and its arm at the elbow is just explodes off of its body. It is detached the arm and left like a smoldering stump where its arm used to be, and it's just like
All right, those of
terrifying
you
and
can,
gross.
listen up. Those that you can fight, form a wall around those that can't. Those who cannot fight, do not run off. You will die.
Are you using your maneuver to try and gain control of the crowd?
Yes.
Okay, so make me a leadership check at 3 purple, because there's a lot of people.
Understandable. Leadership check at 3.
You got 3 advantages, but no successes. So I will say
Okay.
you don't manage to get them to move around, but they're not panicking.
That's fine.
So a bunch of people are just like, oh my god, there's ghouls everywhere, what do we do? And then there's a couple people who are just like, shut up, there's like a bunch of hunters here, we're gonna be fine. And they're just like, we've also got the city guard. And there's a couple people who huddle around Edgar, and they're just like, go get him, Edgar, please help us. And he's like, oh shit.
That is my turn.
Come on, Edgar.
Okay. Okay, then we're gonna get another PC turn. Who's going next?
You guys cool if I go, or?
Be my guest.
Sure.
Go, Iris, go.
Okay. Okay. So, just making sure, movement is a maneuver, correct?
Changing a range band is a maneuver.
Okay.
So,
So
if, you
if you're
want to
going
go,
like 20 feet, then you're fine. If you're going 30 feet, then it's a maneuver.
yeah, like this, running over here to this ghoul, that is not a
Yeah,
maneuver.
Okay, cool.
This one would be, because you are going out to, you are closing the gap to short range.
And I assume she could have her weapon out? Question
Yes.
mark? Okay.
So I'll say, as an incidental, you are like running and grab your weapon and pull your weapon out.
Okay. So I will, as a maneuver, activate Berserk. I don't know if I need
Hey.
to click anything to like show it or whatever. But like
Nope. I know what that one does.
yeah, seeing all the shit going down around her, her fur kind of like gets spiked a little bit, like, you know, when a cat gets angry or whatever. Her hair kind of spikes up like that, and her eyes dilate a bit as she rushes up over to. Can I turn? How do I turn off measurements? I want to move my token, please. How do I
Oh,
move my token?
when you go, if you go and click the token controls in the top left corner and then click select tokens, when you grab and move your token, it should slide it.
Oh, there we go. Okay. And she gonna swing her hammer to protect these people.
Hell yeah. That is a melee weapons heavy.
Yep. And I assume 2 purple?
Yes, it'll be 2 purple.
Okay.
3 successes and 1 advantage.
Cool. So I hit then.
Yes, you did succeed in hitting. You will deal an additional bonus 2 damage to it because of your successes.
Okay, and it has 4 damage on the weapon.
4 plus your brawn.
Oh, plus brawn. Which is 4.
So 8. So you deal 10 damage.
Its head is going flying, if possible.
Yes. So with that, you take, like, you rush forward, and you like move between the crowds. The hair's like bristling on the back of your neck, and as you like snake your way around through the crowds, you slide out from between the group of people and skid to a stop on your front foot and baseball swing as hard as you can with this fucking hammer and hit the side of this ghoul in the temple, and it's just its head goes at a 90-degree angle. It doesn't come all the way off, but it is mostly off, and the ghoul like falls flat to the side. It's not dead,
I
but
also
it is
forgot.
very greatly wounded. Oh yes,
Berserk is the 1 success and 2 advantages.
it is dead. So you hit its head, and its head doesn't come all the way off. Its neck bends at this horrifyingly wrong angle, and the ghoul, like, all of the gurgling noises suddenly come to a screeching halt as there's nothing more for it to move its mouth, and it just body goes completely limp. It spins and then falls and flops onto the ground, and is just like smeared, just pavement paste.
She has a big kind of creepy grin with all her teeth showing as she pops its head off, and like the fur. I also didn't describe this earlier. Her hands are covered in fur to like from her wrists down to her fingers. So that's also standing on end. I'm assuming the civilians near her are very uncomfortable.
She's on our side.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the general consensus. Weirdlings are unsettling to people normally. Seeing a weirdling that just hulks out and starts to go absolute apeshit, even if it's on another monster, feels less like, oh cool, my person is powered up. It's like, oh cool, now there's 2 of them.
Yep.
This is getting out of hand. So that is your turn. Now it's going to be the pod's turn. So we got these ones. This one is going to close in here. This one will close in here. This one will close in here. This one is very, very badly wounded. I'm actually going to mark it since it was hit very, very aggressively.
Oh.
It is horrified. It's going to run backwards into this building and hide.
I guess that leads me to that next question, Joe. Are ghouls sentient?
Ghouls are kind of sentient. They are able to make decisions, but they are very much prone to their feral instinct of eat.
Okay.
Especially ones that are starved. So these ones could talk if they wanted to, but generally ghouls are more prisoners to their like unholy thirst or unholy appetite. They don't drink, they eat. This one is going to
Fight me, you coward.
Here. This one will fight you. This
Fight
one
me.
will rush up to you.
Fight me.
This ghoul is going to move all the way up here.
Joe,
What?
you're placing
What's up?
them in bad spots.
Not all of them are quite fast enough to get where I want. Whoops. Ping pong.
You're placing
This
them
one will
in
go
bad
here.
spots.
This one will go here.
I just realized I really should have gone first. You'll see why.
Do you have fireball?
No.
Damn.
I kind of do, and that's why I'm angry at Joe.
Do you... Oh, whoops. I did not mean to do that. You didn't see that.
Z, if you have to make a check of any sort, I suggest I go first.
Okay, that works for me.
Okay.
Moving some tokens. And okay, now it's attack time. This school is going to attack. That is a really good roll for a ghoul. So this ghoul, it like rushes up beside you, Maddie. It doesn't go for you. It rushes past you and just tackles a person, and it is instantly on their neck. And this civilian is just gone. And now panic has started to set in on the crowd as they watch this person who was just standing there, kind of worried, beside two hunters, get murked by a ghoul that has just decided to forsake fighting. A lot of these ghouls, just for the sake of what the hunters would know, these ghouls are not going to fight for a meal if they can get a meal for free.
Mhm.
So that one sidesteps, goes for a civilian, and just tears into their flesh. This ghoul is dead. These two are going for you, Maddie, and do you have any defenses? Or is it just
Yes,
soak?
I do. Let me double check. Also, they do get one success on me from Berserk. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it says I don't have defense, but I'm pretty sure the armor I got does.
It might not show that you're equipping it.
There you go. You have
Good.
2 defense because you're wearing hunter leathers.
Yeah.
Okay. Pause for a moment. Joe,
There
I'm
we
not
go.
doing anything to my sheet, and my strain keeps increasing. My
Holy
strain
shit!
threshold. I have done nothing to touch it, and it is every time I open the sheet, the strain increases by 1. I'm like, huh,
Goddamn.
30. I shouldn't have that much, but okay. And then I open up my sheet again, and it's 42. I'm like, wait a minute.
Nothing can phase her.
Huh. Oh, it's doing that.
And oh, I misunderstood something. Okay.
That's weird. Why is it doing that?
And again, I have not touched it. I have not entered in new value.
I believe you. I'm fully prepared to believe that the system is a little funky. Whip. Huh. I might have to turn off automatic strain and wound calculations. That's fine.
I have a question.
Yes. Go. Shoot your question.
It's about a skill.
Okay.
Is leadership supposed to be intelligence?
Leadership. Yes, leadership can be presence, but it is initially an intelligence skill because it's
Okay.
partially related to tactics.
Okay, so I guess that's different from Star Wars then.
Yes, the base form of it is different from Star Wars in this.
Okay,
Um,
that is all. Thank you.
yeah, but I am also open to allowing people to persuade me to roll it in other skills because I'm a weird DM. So you have
You
2
are a weird
defense.
damn.
Ha 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 ha. I'm gonna roll
Snicker,
2
snicker.
setback die. Okay, so they each get 1 success on you because of Berserk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then one of them hit, one of them does not. What is your soak?
6.
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
Cool.
Damn.
So this
What the fuck?
this ghoulite like reaches up and goes for your arm and tries to bite onto you, and it's like it finds purchase on your arm, but you're like you are already kind of deaf for a hunter. Like the whole thing for hunters is that they're hard to hit. But when this ghoul catches you and just it's fast and really squirmy and feral, it just grabs your arm and bites down as hard as it possibly can, and it only barely breaks the skin. You take 1 damage,
Okay.
and it is like barely piercing into what is, I think, more accurately described as hide instead of skin.
Yeah.
It's a 70. Holy shit.
She glares down at the thing that bit into her and growls.
The other one is like you are keeping it at bay as this one that bit you is like was latched into your arm, staring you down, trying not to be intimidated, and the other one you just like fend off with the hammer and kind of keep it at bay. This ghoul is going to attack here. More bloodshed. Man, the ghouls roll really well against civilians. This one gets instantly murked. This
Oh,
civilian is
boy.
also dead. It just tackles
No.
onto the civilian and just starts tearing into their face. And there's like horrified screams now as the crowd starts to descend into full panic mode. I did not mean to move him. He should not be moved. There we go. This one is going to attack. It's going to attack you, Sister Agneta, because it thinks you are easy prey. Oh shit. Sister Agneta, do you have any defenses?
Yes, I do. I have, like, do you want soak and defense or just defense?
Just defense first, and then the soak.
2 melee, 1 ranged.
Melee 1 ranged. So that would be...
Also, if it's engaged with me, is it the one that's right here?
Yes, it is technically engaged with you.
Because of my cross, it adds a black.
Okay, that's really helpful. So
2 black.
that's
3 black, actually, melee.
3 black total. So it rolled. And what is your soak?
Soak is 3.
3? Okay. That is... I can't even do math. 9... 5. Okay. So this ghoul, it rushes up and you ward off part of it and like hold up the holy symbol you have. And it's like it's more feral in this moment than it was before as it starts to like wildly flail and thrash its arms around. And in its thrashing, it slices really, really deep into your palm with one of its claws. And you will take 5 damage, and that is after soak. It rolled really, really high. And it's going to be, I will count it as afraid because you have a holy symbol bared down in its face. That one's dead. And Electra, this one is attacking you now.
Okay.
Do you
My
have
melee
any...
defense is 5.
5?
Mm-hmm. 2 from my armor, 3 from my skill tree.
What the fuck? Okay. Well, then this ghoul like is pouncing and trying to claw and scratch at you, and it is like you are able to fend it off with your whip just kind of dancing and pirouetting and making it like strike and miss, almost in like when Jackie Chan fights with a belt.
Mm-hmm. We do need to know how many threats that they generate if they do.
They're the only... that's a good point, because this one did... this one generated... The one that attacked you, Cody, generated 5 threat.
Jesus Christ.
That one, it rolled 5 successes and 5 threats. Every other one has rolled either advantages or only 1 threat. Failures. So this one you can spend threats on to. You have 5 threats to spend. That will be it for the ghouls, though. PC turn.
I'd like to try something.
Go for it.
I'd like to double check. How like big is close range?
Close range. Close range would be engaged with you.
So as
Like-
in
Anywhere from 5 to 10 feet of you.
okay. So Paige is going to just fucking. There's one over there too. She points.
I'll say close range is like probably about this big.
Oh, I can't get to Willow. Okay. Well, I think my only option for this then would be Agneta. Because I can't reach Willow then. Oh, by the way, I'm trying to use the Inspiring Rhetoric ability action.
Okay.
And that is close range. So I'm trying to okay. How far can she move? Could she move here-ish?
Yeah, that would be without your maneuver.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm sorry, I can't reach you, Z.
It's fine.
There's too many people. But she can reach here at least. Oh man, okay, this is very frustrating range. Okay.
You can. What do you want to do?
Inspiring Rhetoric action.
Inspiring rhetoric. What specifically does that do? Hold on.
Okay. So, take the Inspiring Rhetoric action, make a leadership check. Each success, one ally within close range recovers 1 strain, and I can spend advantages to cause one affected ally to recover an additional strain. But I got the improved of it, so each ally affected gains a blue on all skill checks for a number of rounds equal to ranks in leadership.
Okay. So I'll say if you want to inflict strain onto yourself to extend the range so that you include Willow, I will.
Please.
I'll let you do that.
I will take that. Is that 1 strain?
Because you're extending it so that you get 1. Yeah. I think that's reasonable.
Okay. So if she can take a strain and just to cover as many people as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that seems fine.
Okay. So she will take the 1 strain as she attempts to do this. Now it says here it is a average check, which is 2 purple, right?
Correct.
Okay. Wait, what's this? I have Kill with Kindness, which is it's remove black per rank of Kill with Kindness from all charm and leadership checks, but there is no black, so it doesn't count, correct?
And if you are trying to inspire basic civilians, yes, you would add, I will say, 2 difficulty die. If you're trying to inspire everyone but the civilians, then you're good, because I don't think anyone else here is under any sort of duress or fear effects, because most of these people have dealt with monsters like this.
Okay, I was just reading the ability.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's 2 purple then to inspire the party?
Yes.
Okay.
The party and the important NPCs.
Yes.
Not the
party,
faceless ones.
Yeah. All the people with images, except the ghouls.
Correct.
Because fuck 'em. Here we go with that leadership check. I'm just like, I got too used to Star Wars. I thought it was a presence skill. It's not. Here we go.
I'll make sure that that's correct, but that's what I thought it was. Let me double check.
Oh, should I wait to roll? Will you double check?
No, you can go ahead and roll, and if it's Bupkis, we can fix it.
Okay. 3 successes. And I got a triumph.
3 successes,
Hey.
3 threats, and 1
One
triumph.
triumph.
So yeah, that counts as 4 successes then, because of the triumph.
Hey. Okay, for each success, 1 ally recovers 1 strain. So that's 4 allies then, correct?
Mhm.
Correct.
Quick question. It's each success, 1 ally within close range recovers 1 strain. Is that as in each ally? Okay, yeah. So, well, we got the party. Fucking
Yeah.
one.
Leadership. I will say leadership is listed in the book here as presence. I guess that's a mistake on my
Well,
part for some reason.
I think you were talking to me about the difference between a couple of things. You may have chosen to make leadership an intelligence-based one to differentiate it more from some other
yeah.
things. Because you were confused as to why you would have both leadership and something else.
True. Okay. Sorry. Go on, Amy.
So it was you that fucked up my build.
Fight me, bitch.
No, it's fine.
Okay, so that's 4 successes. I'd like to have the party. If anyone suffered from strain, fucking, I don't think anyone has taken strain. Has Maddie taken strain?
2, 3,
I haven't.
4.
No, I took wind.
Yeah.
Okay.
So not helpful at the moment. However, what is helpful, you all get a blue on all skill checks for 2 rounds.
A.
Nice.
As she just reiterates as she fucking runs away from Pierre and just shouts out of just pushing some civilians back towards where she is, just remember to get behind the hunters so you can take care of all of this, correct? Yes, just stay back.
As you run away from Pierre and get closer to the monsters, you hear Pierre in the background just what are you doing? He's watching you get closer to the bees. He's like, what the fuck is this? She's insane.
I'm helping, and also there's one over there behind you.
Oh god. Okay, so everyone's inspired for 4 rounds.
2.
2
2
rounds.
rounds, because it's per rank of equal to ranks in leadership. I have 2 ranks.
Nice.
So that was an action, so I still have my where the fuck is this thing?
Maneuver.
Which I'd like. I guess. Can I assist someone?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
You can lend a blue to the next person to act.
Yeah.
Okay. Then that would be. So it's been PC turn, PC, enemy turn, PC turn. So next person, who is going next? Willow?
Sure. So she's looking around. She just kind of looks toward Ingrid and just, I knew there was a reason I took this. And will pull out her flame sprayer and hook it up really fast as she is walking. And what is it is medium range.
Mm-hmm.
So if I end up here-ish, and because you said short range, we're taking about 30 feet. Can I get this guy over here?
Yeah, I'll say so. It'll make a straight line of fire that just spits out Oh, sorry, hold on. Okay, sorry. Oops. Yes, you could technically hit that guy because you are shooting out like a stream of like a basically like a line attack of fire.
Mm. Okay. So she is going to figure out these controls. Go here. And I am assuming that given her education and everything, she would kind of vaguely, at the very least, recognize the different types of weirdlings.
Mm-hmm. There is a long list of different types of weirdlings, but you would know generally the difference between like you could tell that Malik and Madigan are both were type creatures where they transform, and they're not of the same type of creature, but they are both were type transforming beast.
Okay. So as she kind of like walks over, kind of brushing these other civilians back behind her, kind of like get out of the way. Very much a brisk gesture. And just levels this flame sprayer. So it's very calmly, as loud as she, like without shouting, but loud enough to hopefully pick up the ears of the weirdlings. Just say, Cold Blood, I do think you need to close your eyes for a minute.
Yeah,
Yes.
you immediately Vince covers his eyes.
And she will use her flame sprayer to try and hit that far one, because he's next to a whole bunch of people. So go here. I will take the aim maneuver on top of this. This is going to be a blue from aim, a blue from
Amy.
Paige.
Mhm.
2 blues.
2 blues.
Because I assist.
Oh, yes. 2 blues.
Oh yes. So you have 2 blues from Amy, a blue from aiming yourself.
Okay, because I'm going to need it. And we're going to... Is it still going to be 2 difficulty? Or...
2 difficulty for medium range?
Yes.
Yes, I believe it's 2 difficulty still.
5 successes. Which is not gonna be enough advantages, though. I needed more advantages. But there's a base damage of 5. So that'll be 9 damage.
Okay, and it's fire. So you step aside here, and you flick the igniter on the side of the sprayer, and like dial in the nozzle, point it, and there is a like shink, and the fuel catches, and it makes like this stream, like a fire hose of flame, and it will shoot out, arc across the ground, leaving like a trail of blackened ash.
I have a very hot tail for a minute, Madigan.
Yeah,
Maybe
Madigan,
a
you're
little singed, a little bit.
your like hair stands on end. You feel this intense wave of heat just go right by you. It is hot enough to make you worry for a second, and then you turn around and you just see this wall of fire just streak through the ground like a fucking like a bombing run of spray. And it hits one of which ghoul was it?
I was trying for this one, but yeah. Either one of them.
Yes. I'll say that you can catch that one. He's close enough that like the fire, it catches part of the bush, it just ignites, goes up in flames very, very quickly, catches him, and he goes up in flames and is immediately roasted. He has pretty high soak, and the fire, I'm gonna say, negates probably 2 of it. He's not dead, but he is also frightened. And like 80%, maybe 75% of his body is charred and burning.
Just lifts the flame sprayer, kind of blows the smoke off, starts inserting next cartridge.
All right. Then it is going to be NPC turn. Hey, somebody pick high or low.
Low.
Hi.
Oh.
Low. Okay. All right. Then the useful NPCs are going to act first.
Hey.
So, like, Vince shielding his eyes from the fire kind of peeks over. You can see the reflection in his glasses, and he'll turn his head around and see some of the ghouls that have made it. And he'll look at one that's way far away. Let me make sure that I read his ability correctly, because...
I'm just assuming
Okay.
that vampires are not super fire and bright light friendly.
No, he does not like bright light, and he definitely does not like fire. So that was very considerate of you to warn him.
He appreciated the warning.
He like kind of takes his coat, like covers his eyes, looks up at Malik, and gives Malik a quick back pat on the shoulder. He's like, "I'll leave these close ones to you," and he will with one arm heave himself up onto Malik's shoulders, and he is standing on top of him, like with a single one-armed pull and jump, has leapt vertically 7 feet in the air to stand on Malik's shoulders, and then he is staring out in this. Ooh, he's staring out in this direction, and you can see there's a little bit of concentration for a moment, and then he takes leans back a little bit and throws himself, and in this strangely predatory leap, for a very weirdly predator style move for a human shaped creature, he will whoop his way over and land on top of this ghoul way over here and crash into it. In one hand he has a long knife, and in his other he has a pistol, and he is going to just start ripping into this ghoulite. That's gonna be this one. Oh, he didn't. These ghouls have been rolling way better than they deserve to. I want Vincent to roll really good. He's stabbing the shit out of it. That's gonna be 6, 7, 8. Oh wait, do I have this wrong? Hold on. His saber 3, 7, 8, 9. Cool. He lands on top of it and just starts you hear horrible ghoul-like screaming as he just starts repeatedly stabbing, and this wet, meaty, pulping sound as he repeatedly gouges this ghoul underneath his boots. Malik, in a similar fashion to Madigan, is heavy breathing, just and then his shoulder, you hear the sound of bone breaking as his shoulder dislodges itself, and then the bone starts to bend and break underneath the skin, and it starts to sound like a deeper and deeper spattering noise. People around him are freaking out now, and all of these people I'm going to give frightened, because they are there's no way that they're going to be sane after this. But they watch as his skin almost liquidly bends underneath, and he inflates to about 8.5 to 9 feet tall, and the crease and crevice alongside of his jaw unhinges, and his jaw parts almost like a snake or a viper, and there's just thick, viscous saliva dripping from his mouth and all of his razor fangs. He is going to step over here and go for this ghoul. That's the same fucking roll as Vincent. That's so boring. That's fine. He succeeds, and he will bend over and grab this ghoul, like, bodily, putting both of his arms on it and just latching his mouth over part of its neck and torso. And he just starts chewing on it like a dog on a chew toy. And there's, like, the sound of, like, yanked leather and pulling and tearing, and the ghoul is just horrified, screaming for its dear on life. This person is frightened. This person's frightened. The crowd is about to descend into a full-blown panic. Then Ingrid is going to move right here.
Sister, I hope you have something to help calm the masses.
She takes a step forward and will, with her boot, kick the end of her long rifle, like, backwards and sling it up and around over her shoulder and catch it, so that in, like, this almost smooth ballet move, it brings the gun around her body and into the firing position. And she is going to aim for a very far away target, if she can hit it. Big money, no whammies. Slightly harder. Oh. As she is aiming, the crowd is, like, dancing around in front of her and starting to panic, and she can't draw a beat and ends up, like, halfway through just being like, God, okay. And she turns around and will start waving her hands and be like, everybody listen up. And she is going to, like, start grabbing the people who are behind her and grabbing them by the arm. She's like, lock arms. We're getting out of here. And is trying to get everyone to kind of make a chain to keep them all in, like, accountable. So these 4 people are all arm in arm. And she will use her that's more of her maneuver because she failed to shoot. Edgar is going to grab, after seeing Ingrid, like, starting to corral people. Let me mark them. They're all... Nah, not that. They're all together.
They're daisy chained.
Basically, yeah. Edgar is going to step over here, and he is going to start manually just grabbing people and moving them behind him. So he's going to grab this person and to push them over here. And he will grab this person and push them behind him. And
Thank you. Get them out of the way.
he is trying to get a bit of a grip on the situation here. And he will use his last little stint to swap places with this person. Pierre is going to... He's going to try to help.
He's just thinking, my sister is fucking crazy.
Yeah, he dives into the crowd here and is, like, grabbing people very, very, like, grabbing them, getting close to them, and being like, hey, are you okay? Come on. No, it's going to be okay. We have hunters, we have gods, we're going to be fine. He's, like, just patting people on the cold, like, whispering to them, trying to get them to calm down, and reassuring them as best he can. Sinclair, meanwhile, steps out here and is going to take his rapier and go for this dude. That's gonna be 1, 2, 3. And that's 1, 2. His leg is hurt, so that's a setback. Hey, that's pretty good. So he ends up straining himself a little bit, but he takes a step out, and Electra, this one here that you've been like bobbing and weaving and dealing with, Sinclair like pushes his way past this person, and with one quick like whip and swipe of his sword, stabs it in the side of the temple, and it's still alive on the end of his sword. These are a little bit more durable than you would anticipate, but that is a serious wound for any creature to contend with. And it's like scraping and clawing at the side of the knight or rapier. What the fuck? He swing pulls it back out, and there's just a trail of horrible dark blood as it sits there. And that will be his turn. Now, all of the civilians. This civilian, Paige,
Mhm.
can you make me an athletics check?
Oh my god, really?
Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
an athletics check with two purple.
Not gonna let
Oh,
her
dear God.
try to dance out of the way.
Yeah, like, can I
You could-
avoid this?
Coordination.
Somehow?
You could try to avoid it, but so what happens or what is going to happen is this person is afraid of the ghoul, and
Mhm.
they are panicking, so they are grabbing you to pull themselves away and you toward it to try and get away.
Okay.
Punch.
So if you want to try and dance out of the way, I suppose I could let you try to dance out of the way.
How? How can I? And then looking, I'm like, she's really a support character. She can't do shit face to face.
But is your coordination higher than your athletics?
Barely.
Mhm.
That's the
That's
difference.
higher.
There we go. Okay. I'm like, okay. My athletics is 1 green. My coordination is 2 green.
Because coordination is the Vista Systems equivalent to acrobatics.
Yeah.
Correct. So
Alright.
I will say you can use coordination or athletics, but you're rolling at 2 purple and a black.
And a black. Okay, doke. Right. Let's go.
Slightly more. Hey, there you go.
Hey.
See?
So I will say for the one threat,
Mhm.
I believe I can use that to inflict strain on you. Right? Am I crazy?
You can do that. That is an option.
Yeah. So, you are trying to get this person to stop scrambling and like panicking, like foaming at the mouth, trying to get away. And they grab you, but you worm out of their grip. It's a little taxing, so take 1 strain.
Okie doke.
But they do not yank you and pull you out and down, but they are at least going to get over here. This person is petrified, and I'm going to roll them. Where is it?
See if they fucking faint.
Sanity check.
Yeah, this is about as close as to a sanity check as you're gonna get in this game.
There is that additional rule set that I shared about fear.
Oh, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Don't implement it now.
Yeah.
But
I won't implement it now, but I need to make sure that I make note of that. But this person is unfortunately just stricken with horror and will like standing behind Malik looking up at him seeing him like bend over and gnaw on this ghoul that is still alive in his mouth, like freaking out. She does this poor woman does not pass out, but she like collapses to her knees and like a little bit of vomit trails out of her mouth as she just like is starting to go catatonic.
All of the strain has just been inflicted on this woman.
She is having a fucking time, if to put it lightly.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
And she is just collapsed on the ground. This one is going to immediately push past and do its like his best to get back here. This one, seeing Sinclair, will take a quick step back. This one, let's make this one roll. Cool.
With the reminder that this one also just saw fire shoot out of Willow's gun, so...
Yes. So it is like this dude is like watching you shoot fire out of what looks to them like just like some weird canned contraption, and they're just like, what, and is stammering, confused, and will just fucking run. But they are running this way.
Oh boy.
This person immediately follows suit, obviously being in tandem with them. This person is they back up here and are running this way. And then the rest of these are mostly in control. They all start to back up and form like a not like a perimeter, but they start to form like a group where they're behind everyone.
They're being corralled, basically.
Yes. Now it's ghoul turn. So this ghoul is being harried by you, and it
Didn't that one
sees.
already attacked?
Yeah, that one's already attacked.
Yeah, they already moved.
Oh, you're right. Shit, you're right.
Pretty much
That's
as far as
the
I am
obvious.
aware, all of the ones that are currently in the courtyard have moved and acted.
Yeah, the only one that
Yeah.
hasn't is Sister Agneta, I think.
The what?
Sister Agneta hasn't had her chance yet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
True.
So it's all of your hidden
Yeah.
ghouls that have not moved and acted. And then, Agneta.
I'll do a couple of hidden ghoul movements. Da-da-da.
I'm just imagining just a sea of ghouls in the shadows.
So it looks like it's an accurate description.
Mhm.
Yep, I saw that one at the start because of where Paige was.
Okay. Then
I'm
Sister
seeing
Agneta.
10 or 11 ones poking out.
Oh boy.
She's just gonna try to throw holy water on the one right in front of her.
Go for it. Ranged. Give me a. I think it's a throwing weapon.
Yeah, it's ranged light,
Mm-hmm. Range light
engaged.
at engaged, which I think is
3.
3.
The weapon says engaged is the range.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
cool. Should it be? Is it supposed to be?
I don't
Oh,
know.
because you're dumping it on them.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not like a grenade. You are like throwing a can of water onto them.
Okay, so two
So that,
purple.
yeah, still 2 purple.
Any black?
No, you do get a blue though, because you are being aided by Paige.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh no.
Sad.
so you go to like unscrew the can of
You should have
holy water,
aimed.
and you're like, if you
Then I'm
want
going to
to,
use my maneuver to take a guarded stance.
cool. Okay, so you like take a step back and start to go into a guarded stance, and as you do, you're like panic trying to unscrew the lid to the holy water so you can throw it on this ghoul that's in front of you. And like as you're going to unscrew it, it just won't come off. It is like fucking sealed shut. This stupid lid, this goddamn, excuse me, god blessed lid. Okay, and then we're going back all the way to the top of the round because that is everyone, I believe.
Well, Cody just said that they have to leave here shortly. So with the round over,
Yes.
it might be a good time to call it.
Yes. Sorry, I did not see your message. I was very, very keyed in on combat. But
I literally
yeah.
just sent it. It's fine.
Okay, so we will call it here, and round 2 can be where we pick up next time.
Just Amy, make a note for yourself to remind us all that there is still inspiration happening.
Okay.
Thank you for the session, Joe. I am obsessed with this campaign